Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. It had been a long day of driving. Hours upon hours of endless highways, flickering billboards, and monotonous stretches of road that seemed to never end. Simon had been in the car too long, his eyes dry and strained, his fingers wrapped tightly around the wheel as the world outside blurred into a dull haze. The constant hum of the tires against the asphalt felt like a never-ending rhythm in his head, a sound that was both comforting and maddening in its predictability. He hadn't planned to stop here. In fact, he had no intention of even staying in this town at all. But as the sun began to dip behind the horizon, casting long, jagged shadows across the road, Simon found himself driving through the small, quiet town that seemed to appear out of nowhere. It wasn't on his map, and he certainly hadn't seen it on any of the road signs. But it was there, at the edge of his windshield, just a mile or so off the main highway. A soft, tired sigh escaped his lips as he saw the neon sign flicker to life ahead. It wasn't much, just a small motel with a faded sign that read, "Welcome in blocky letters. The light from the neon barely illuminated the cracked pavement in front of the entrance, and the surrounding trees towered overhead, casting deep shadows across the grounds. Simon considered just pushing on. He had a deadline to meet in the morning, a business meeting that required him to be on the road again by dawn. But the idea of another night in the car seemed unbearable. His back was sore, and the sound of the road had begun to gnaw at him. So, without much thought, he turned the wheel sharply, pulling into the parking lot. The lot was mostly empty, save for a few old cars that looked like they hadn't been moved in years. The headlights from Simon's car illuminated the area briefly, giving everything an eerie, faded glow. The motel itself was a two-story building with peeling paint and cracked windows. The doors of the rooms were all dark, the numbers barely visible on the fading plaques next to each one. As Simon parked, he couldn't shake the feeling that the place was off. It wasn't just the rundown appearance or the lack of cars. There was something in the air, something still. It felt like the kind of place where time had slowed down, where people came to disappear, if not physically, then mentally. He shook off the feeling, though. It wasn't as though he had any other option. His body ached from the long drive, and the thought of a warm bed was more than enough to convince him to push through any lingering unease. Stepping out of the car, Simon stretched his arms over his head, cracking his neck. The air was cool but not cold, and it carried a faint, almost sweet scent, like flowers mixed with the musty odor of something forgotten. He grabbed his duffel bag from the back seat and started toward the lobby. The door to the lobby was old, made of heavy wood with a small frosted window. As Simon pushed it open, the bell above the door gave a soft jingle, a sound that felt like it belonged to another time. Inside, the motel lobby was dimly lit, with a low, yellowish glow coming from a few scattered lamps. There was a wooden desk against the far wall, behind which sat a thin, elderly man in a faded shirt and a pair of wire-framed glasses. His hair was sparse, and his face was deeply creased, like a life lived in small towns and quiet places. He was hunched over a newspaper, but as Simon stepped inside, the man looked up, his eyes dark and calculating. "Evening," Simon said, offering a smile. The man's gaze seemed to linger for a moment too long, like he was sizing Simon up. "Evening," the man replied in a voice that was almost too quiet. "You need a room?" "Yeah, just for the night," Simon said. "How much?" The man's eyes seemed to flicker to the empty parking lot, then back at Simon. "We've got a room available. Only one tonight." Simon raised an eyebrow. "Only one?" The man's mouth twitched, a small smile curving his lips. "It's a quiet place. Not many people come through here anymore." "Right." Simon nodded, trying to ignore the unease creeping up his spine. "I'll take it." The man didn't ask for Simon's ID, didn't ask for any credit card information. Instead, he simply slid a key across the desk, the metal gleaming faintly in the dim light. It was attached to a small wooden tag, the number 13 scratched into it in bold, deliberate strokes. Simon hesitated. Room 13. Of course, a bad omen, or so people said. He was about to dismiss the thought as just superstition, but then the old man spoke again. "That room's not for everyone," he said, his voice low, his gaze narrowing slightly. "But you seem like the type who won't mind. Just be careful." Simon chuckled awkwardly. "I'll be fine, don't worry." The man didn't smile, didn't even blink. He just nodded once, his eyes tracking Simon as he turned and walked toward the door. "I'll be here if you need anything." Simon nodded, a strange feeling settling in the pit of his stomach. The man's voice, the way he said, "be careful," lingered in his thoughts as he walked back outside. The night air felt a little colder now, and the soft sounds of the motel, distant hums, the faint creak of the building settling, seemed amplified in the stillness. His steps felt heavy as he walked toward the stairs, the metal railing cold under his hand. When Simon reached room 13, he paused for a moment, staring at the door. It looked just like any other room, an old, slightly worn wooden door with chipped paint, no strange markings, no signs that the room was haunted, or that anything unusual had happened there. But the key felt heavier in his hand now, the weight of it pressing against his palm. With a deep breath, he slid the key into the lock, turning it with a click that felt oddly final. The door opened with a soft creak, revealing a dim room with old-fashioned furniture, a simple bed with a thin blanket, a dresser, and a small writing desk by the window. There was no TV, no modern amenities, just the basics. The air inside was stale, like it had been locked away for years. Simon stepped inside, setting his bag on the bed. He glanced around the room. It felt like a time capsule, something from the past, stuck in the present. The wallpaper was faded, patterned with dark floral designs that were once elegant, but now looked worn and tired. The carpet was threadbare, and the bed was nothing more than a frame with a thin, lumpy mattress. But what caught his attention more than anything was the keyhole. It was large, larger than any keyhole he had seen before. He stared at it for a moment, puzzled by its size. The metal was aged, but it had an odd gleam to it, as though it had been polished recently. Simon stood there for a moment, staring at it, unable to shake the feeling that it was watching him, or perhaps that it had always been watching. But it was just a keyhole. He had nothing to fear. He tried to shake off the creeping sensation in his chest, shrugged off his coat, and settled into the bed. He didn't bother to close the curtains. The night was already too dark. His eyelids fluttered, and soon exhaustion took over. But as he drifted off to sleep, he couldn't help but feel the lingering sensation of eyes on him. The keyhole, the old man's warning, the silent hum of the place. It was all too much to ignore, and he couldn't help but wonder what it all meant. Just before he slipped into unconsciousness, Simon heard it, a soft whisper, faint, like a distant echo coming from the door. It wasn't words, just a sensation, the sense of someone waiting on the other side, watching. The keyhole, now gleaming in the moonlight, seemed to darken in response. The soft hum of the air conditioning unit in the corner barely registered in Simon's half-conscious state. The room, with its tired, almost antiquated appearance, seemed to have swallowed him whole, leaving him to float somewhere between dreams and reality. The faint whispers he had thought he heard were already drifting away, melting into the shadows of the room, swallowed by the sound of his steady breathing. Simon turned in bed, pulling the thin blanket further up his chest, trying to ease the tension in his muscles. The long drive had left him stiff and sore. Despite the unsettling feeling that had crept into his mind upon his arrival, exhaustion had won out. He had spent the day on the road, and his body was demanding rest. He had only been asleep for a few moments when something made him stir, a slight shift in the room. At first he couldn't place it, just a sensation of something being off, like a subtle change in the air. He froze, his body still beneath the thin sheets, his senses on alert. For a moment, he thought it was just the strange, lingering unease he had felt since stepping into the hotel. Maybe it was just the atmosphere, the musty air, the old smells, the feeling that everything in this place had been long forgotten. But no, it wasn't that. There was something else, a sound, soft, barely audible, scraping. At first it was distant, like a faint creak from another room. But then it grew louder, closer. Simon's chest tightened. The scraping sound wasn't just from the walls. It was coming from the door. He sat up slowly, his eyes scanning the darkness, trying to locate the source. The clock on the nightstand ticked loudly in the silence, a reminder of how thick the quiet was. He reached out for his phone, but it was on the dresser, too far to be of any immediate use. The scraping sound continued. At first it sounded like fingernails dragging across wood, slow, deliberate, unnerving. It scratched once more, then stopped. A cold sweat began to gather on the back of Simon's neck. He strained his ears, trying to focus, trying to make sense of it. Nothing. The room was silent once again. His heart was pounding, but he tried to push the sensation down, willing himself to believe it was just his imagination. Perhaps the walls of the old motel were just settling. After all, it was an old building. The pipes, the wood, everything in this place had probably groaned and creaked for years. He took a deep breath and reached for the bedside lamp, flicking the switch to bathe the room in a pale yellow glow. The scraping sound was gone. He lay back, in the bed, forcing his mind to settle, to quiet the rushing thoughts in his head. But then he saw it again. The keyhole. That strange, out-of-place keyhole in the door. His eyes couldn't leave it. It was as if it was pulling him in, drawing him toward it, a magnet that refused to release its grip. The lock had seemed so normal when he had first arrived, just a simple brass fixture, but now it seemed wrong. It was too big, too prominent for a door of this size. It almost looked like an old-fashioned peephole. Simon sat up once more, rubbing, his eyes trying to rid himself of the growing tension. He glanced back at the keyhole. In the dim light, it seemed to glisten with a faint, unnatural gleam, reflecting the soft light from the lamp. His heart was thumping in his chest now, but he didn't know why. It felt like he was being pulled toward it, as if the keyhole were somehow alive, its darkness beckoning him, drawing him in. His mind raced with questions. What could he possibly see through a keyhole that size? Was it just his imagination? It had to be. There was nothing strange about it. The door was old, the wood warped, but that gnawing feeling deep in his gut didn't fade. Against his better judgment, Simon swung his legs off the bed and stood. His feet hit the cold, worn carpet as he walked toward the door, drawn in by the strange fascination he couldn't quite explain. His breath was shallow, his heartbeat pulsing in his throat. He crouched down slowly, cautiously, until his eye was nearly level with the keyhole. He blinked once, twice, the darkness inside the keyhole seeming to swallow everything around it. For a split second, there was nothing, just the darkness, the empty void of the hotel hallway. He let out a breath, wondering why he'd even bothered. But then, he saw something. It was faint at first, like a shadow moving at the far end of the hallway. But then it became clearer, and Simon's heart skipped a beat. Someone was standing there, just outside his door, and the figure didn't move. It didn't blink. It didn't make a sound. Simon pressed his eye closer to the keyhole, his pulse quickening, but then the figure seemed to shift. It wasn't just standing anymore. The form was changing, moving, its limbs contorting, stretching as though the figure was trying to fit through the door itself. Simon recoiled, stepping back from the keyhole, his mind racing. He had to be imagining it. There was no one out there. He was just tired. A trick of the light. Maybe his eyes were playing games on him. But when he turned back toward the keyhole, the figure was still there. This time, it was closer. He could see its features, hazy, indistinct, but there was something chilling about it. It was as if the shape of the figure was almost too distorted to be human, too unnatural in the way it shifted, its face a blur. There was a hollow emptiness in its eyes, two black pits that seemed to gaze back at him with a quiet, malevolent intensity. Simon's breath hitched. His hands were shaking. There was no denying it. Someone, something, was standing there watching him. He tried to move away, but his legs felt like they were stuck to the floor. The door, his room, felt smaller, as if it were closing in on him. His chest tightened. He forced himself to take a step backward. He reached for the door handle, but as his fingers brushed the metal, a sudden knock, slow and deliberate, came from the other side of the door. Knock, knock. It wasn't urgent. It wasn't frantic. It was methodical, like whoever, whatever, was on the other side was waiting for something. For him, Simon's breath came in short gasps. His throat was tight, the air growing thick and heavy, and the light from the lamp now felt too dim, too frail, as if it had flickered one too many times. He backed away from the door, shaking his head in disbelief. He was imagining things. It was nothing. It was just an old hotel. Knock. A third knock. Louder this time, followed by a whisper. A voice, faint but clear, from the other side of the door. "Let me in." Simon stumbled back, his heart racing in his chest, his legs giving out beneath him. He fell to the floor, breathing heavily, and for a moment the world around him seemed to spin. The voice, the whisper, lingered in his mind, each syllable carving into his consciousness. And through the keyhole, in the pitch-black void of the hallway, something shifted again. Something far darker than anything he had ever imagined. The room seemed to breathe with him, its walls expanding and contracting, mimicking the rise and fall of his panicked chest. Simon's mind raced. He blinked hard, trying to clear the fog that had suddenly settled over his thoughts. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The knock at the door, the voice that followed it, wasn't real. It couldn't be. He was tired, worn down from too many hours behind the wheel. The road had a way of twisting things, making reality feel like a dream, a nightmarish blur. But still, he couldn't shake the feeling. His heart thudded against his ribs, the beat hammering in his ears. The shadows in the room had shifted too, moving in unnatural patterns. The lamp's dim light flickered once again, casting long, jagged shadows that seemed to pulse, almost as if they were alive. He got to his feet shakily, forcing his legs to move even though his body screamed in protest. The door was still there, the keyhole still waiting, beckoning. But Simon couldn't look at it any longer. He couldn't bear to face the possibility of what was on the other side. His gaze darted around the room instead, his eyes landing on the windows. The room was sealed. The curtains drawn, the windows locked. He had checked everything when he first came in, but now it all seemed strangely stale, almost suffocating. The air felt thick, as if it carried the weight of something far older than this crumbling building. The low hum of the air conditioning was the only sound filling the silence, and it made the space feel even more claustrophobic. But there was something else now, something faint but unmistakable. A soft scratching. It started at the edges of his perception, a sound so quiet it could have been imagined. But it wasn't. It was real. The sharp scratching of nails against wood, like something trying to claw its way through the walls. Simon's stomach turned over. He had heard it before, but now it was louder, closer, more insistent. His first instinct was to grab the doorknob, to open it and confront whatever was on the other side. But the very thought of touching that door made his skin crawl. Instead, he stood frozen, staring at it like it was a threat, an unseen danger, just waiting to reach out and take him. The scratching grew louder still, as if someone was crawling toward him from the other side of the wall. He tried to steady his breathing, but the sound grew, filling the room, drawing closer and closer. It was no longer just a random noise. It felt deliberate, like a slow march toward him. Simon backed away from the door, his eyes wide with terror. There had to be some explanation, a rational reason for all this. He had to be imagining things. The hotel was old, and old buildings had a way of settling, of creaking and groaning. The wind had likely stirred the building, causing strange noises in the walls. But then came another sound, a knock. Not from the door, but from somewhere deeper in the room. A faint tapping. Light at first, like someone was using a finger to gently tap against the wall. Simon's head snapped to the side, his eyes scanning the room in a desperate attempt to understand the source of the noise. Then a chill swept over him, a freezing coldness that made the hair on his arms stand on end. He hadn't noticed it at first, but now it was undeniable. The temperature in the room had dropped. The knocking was still there, but now it was joined by another sound, a soft whisper. At first, it was unintelligible, the words lost in the quiet of the room. But as Simon listened, he could hear the voice becoming clearer, though still faint. The whisper was coming from behind him, from the walls, from the very room itself. "Let me in." The voice was low, barely a breath, but it was unmistakable. Simon's blood ran cold. He could hear it, feel it in his very bones. The air in the room had become thick, almost suffocating, pressing down on him as though the walls themselves were closing in. His heart pounded in his chest. This couldn't be happening. He had to get out of here. But as he reached for the door, the scratching sound returned, now a rhythmic, repetitive noise that seemed to follow him, echoing through the walls, through the very air. He couldn't escape it. The sound was everywhere, surrounding him. "Let me in. Let me in." The voice repeated, growing louder with each word. It was desperate now, insistent. Simon couldn't breathe. His chest felt like it was being crushed by some unseen weight. Then suddenly it stopped. The room was eerily silent again. The air returned to its oppressive stillness. For a fleeting moment, Simon thought it was over, that the voice had gone, that the hotel had finally released him from its grip. But as he turned to the door, he saw it. A shadow, a shape in the corner of the room, faint at first, like a distortion in the air. It was a shape moving, shifting, but it wasn't right. It didn't make sense. It didn't belong. The shadow slithered across the floor, its edges rippling, like smoke leaving behind a faint trail of coldness in the air. Simon's breath caught in his throat, his limbs frozen in place. And then, from the corner of his eye, he saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the room, its eyes glinting in the darkness. Its features were twisted, distorted, as if the very air around it had been warped. And it was watching him. Simon's mouth went dry. He couldn't move. His body was frozen in terror. The figure in the corner slowly stepped forward, its form becoming clearer, more defined, its shape taking on the disturbing semblance of something human, but not quite. Its eyes, those black, soulless pits, seemed to stare directly into him, pulling him in. The figure's lips parted and Simon felt a chill crawl down his spine. You shouldn't have looked. The voice was a hiss, barely audible but sharp. It wasn't a voice, it was a whisper, but it sounded like a command. Simon's instinct screamed at him to move, to run, to do anything. But his body was still, rooted to the spot by the sheer intensity of the figure's gaze. It was as if the air around him had thickened, weighing him down, suffocating him. The shadow moved closer, and Simon could feel the coldness radiating from it, like the touch of death itself. "Let me in. Let me in." The voice came again, this time louder, more insistent. And as Simon's eyes met the figure's, he realized something horrifying. The figure was not alive. It was waiting for him. The air in the room grew colder still. The edges of Simon's vision blurred and he felt the room beginning to swirl, the darkness closing in around him. The walls seemed to bend and twist, stretching as though they were being pulled by some unseen force. And in that moment, Simon understood. The room, the hotel, the whispers, the figures, they were all a part of it. Part of the hotel's curse, its hunger. And now, he was too. The figure stepped forward again, its hands outstretched towards Simon, the coldness seeping through him. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The hotel's grip was tightening around him, pulling him in. "Let me in." And then everything went dark. Simon's chest heaved, but there was no air, no escape. He wanted to scream, to shout, to fight back, but his body was locked in place. He couldn't move. The shadow, no, the figure, was coming closer, its footsteps slow and deliberate, its presence suffocating. The cold emanating from it seemed to freeze the very air around him, turning the room into a frozen tomb, the walls closing in with each passing second. Then, just as he thought he would suffocate under the weight of it all, everything stopped. The figure, which had been advancing on him with impossible speed, now stood still. Simon couldn't see its face. No, he couldn't look at it directly. It was like the figure itself was not meant to be observed, as if staring at it would unravel the very fabric of his reality. He could feel its presence in the corner of his mind, though. It was waiting, watching, hunting. The room felt impossibly still. There was no sound, no movement, just the suffocating weight of anticipation pressing down on him like a vice. And then, from the far corner of the room, a voice. "You're not from here." The voice was soft, almost gentle, like the whisper of an old friend. But the words made Simon's blood run cold. He had no idea where the voice had come from, and that thought itself was enough to send a shiver through his spine. He turned toward the corner instinctively, even though his instincts screamed at him not to. His eyes landed on the shadowed figure. No, not the same one he had seen before, but something else. This time, the figure was not as distorted. It was more solid, a man, or something that had once been a man. The face was hidden in shadow, but the presence was unmistakable. It was as though the room had split into two worlds, one of nightmare and one of eerie calm. Simon couldn't speak. His mouth had gone dry, and his throat felt like it had been clawed by invisible hands. His legs trembled beneath him, but somehow he managed to remain upright. The strange man, or thing, whatever it was sitting calmly on the edge of the bed, its hands folded in front of it, as though this was the most normal thing in the world. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The room remained oppressive, filled with the sense that something was waiting, watching. Then, the figure spoke again, its voice cutting through the thick silence like a sharp blade. "You're in my room now." Simon froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The words seemed to hang in the air like a curse, vibrating with the weight of something ancient, something that had been here long before Simon ever stepped foot in the motel. His mind raced, but his legs were rooted to the spot, like the floor, had grown roots and refused to let him go. What do you mean?" Simon's voice was hoarse, cracking with panic. He wasn't sure whether he was talking to the figure or to himself. The figure didn't respond immediately. Instead, it lifted its head slowly, and for the first time, Simon saw its face. It was pale. Too pale. The skin stretched too tight across the man's bones, his face gaunt and hollow. His eyes were empty, hollow sockets that seemed to gaze past. Simon threw him as though they could see something Simon could not. The figure didn't have a mouth, or if it did, it was hidden, but somehow Simon could feel the smile it should have worn. It spoke again, its words like a whisper at the edge of Simon's mind, as though they weren't coming from the man's. "Lips at all. You don't belong here. This place isn't for the living." The cold chill that had been pressing in on Simon's chest seemed to intensify, like an invisible hand was closing around his heart. He couldn't breathe. His head was spinning. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't respond. He couldn't move, couldn't even think, just frozen in place by the weight of the figure's presence. "Where am I?" Simon managed to force the words out, though they felt like they came from someone else's mouth. His voice sounded distant, like it didn't belong to him. "What is this place?" The figure tilted its head, as if considering the question. Its eyes glinted, almost amused by Simon's confusion. But the smile, if it could even be called that, didn't reach the figure's eyes. "You've already been here." The voice came like a murmur, unsettling and soft, like it was meant to comfort Simon but only served to terrify him. "You are already a part of this place. You've always been part of it." Simon's mind scrambled for understanding, trying to make sense of what the figure was saying. The words didn't fit together, didn't make sense. He had just arrived at the hotel. There was no way he had been here before. There was no way. But then he remembered. The keyhole. The strange feeling when he'd stepped into the room. The way the air felt heavy, like the room had been waiting for him. The whispering. The scratching sounds that had come from the door. The warning from the old man at the desk. Had he been here before? Had he ever really left? The figure leaned forward, the chair creaking beneath its weight. Simon didn't want to get any closer, but it felt like the figure was pulling him toward it, like gravity itself was bending to the will of this thing. "It's not the first time, you know." The figure spoke in that same soft voice. "The cycle continues, and the rooms are always here, always waiting." Simon's head spun. He had to get out. He had to leave before it was too late. But the figure's voice echoed in his mind, pulling him deeper into the abyss of confusion. "What cycle?" Simon asked, his voice barely above a whisper, but he didn't care anymore. It was like a desperate plea for clarity. "What's happening here? What is this place?" The figure's lips twisted, forming a smile that was more demonic than comforting. "The same thing that always happens, Simon." The figure's voice was low, like a whisper of death itself. "The place takes, the people come, and they stay. Forever." Suddenly the lights flickered. A cold gust of wind whipped through the room, making Simon's skin crawl, and the figure in front of him seemed to shift, its body warping and contorting as if it was dissolving, like smoke drifting into the air. Simon felt something inside him snap. His instincts kicked in. He sprinted for the door, his hands reaching for the handle, but the door wouldn't budge. His body slammed against it, desperate for escape, but the handle was frozen, as if the door had been sealed from the other side. The whisper came again, louder now, closer. The figure's voice, as it dissolved into the wind, still taunting him. "You can never leave." And Simon finally understood. The door wasn't just locked. It was never meant to open. Simon's heart pounded as his mind scrambled for answers. But the more he struggled, the more the room seemed to close in. The door, his only means of escape, felt like it was alive with the dark hunger of something ancient, something that had claimed him long ago. He looked back, but the figure was gone. Everything was gone, except for the scratching sound, still there, still coming from somewhere in the walls. Simon's body shook as he slammed his fists against the door again, his palms bruised from the impact. His mind was reeling, heart racing in his chest. The figure was gone, vanished into the room's oppressive air, but the feeling of being watched never left. The walls around him seemed to be breathing, expanding and contracting in rhythm with his panicked heartbeats. He wasn't alone. He had never been alone. The scratching sound, faint at first but growing louder, gnawed at his sanity. It wasn't just coming from the walls now. It was all around him, the sound moving, following him like something was crawling beneath the floorboards, tapping gently at his heels. Simon spun around in a panic, his hands desperately searching for any means of escape. The window was too high to reach. The door was locked, and the key was nowhere to be found. His breath came in quick bursts, but it wasn't enough. Nothing was enough. "Get out." The voice hit Simon like a punch to the stomach. It wasn't the same as before, soft and distant. It was closer now, faint at first, but undeniable. His body went stiff, and his breath caught in his throat as he whipped around. No one was there, but he could feel something, someone watching him. The scratching continued, sharp now, like claws against the floor, scraping through the room's suffocating silence. His mind screamed for him to run, but the heavy weight of the room held him in place. He couldn't move. The coldness had become intolerable, settling into his bones like ice water, his breath visible in front of him. The temperature had dropped drastically in the past few minutes. It was like the very air had frozen him in place, and then a shadow moved in the corner of his eye. It wasn't just any shadow. This one was wrong. It was shifting, growing and shrinking in ways that didn't make sense, as though it were made of something other than light and darkness. It seemed to pulse, the edges of it writhing like it was alive, crawling out of the corner of the room. Simon froze. He didn't know why. Maybe it was the sheer terror, or the growing sense that the room itself was conspiring against him. But his feet wouldn't move. He couldn't turn away. It was drawing him in, pulling him toward it. And before he knew what he was doing, his legs had carried him toward the shifting shadow. He reached out with a trembling hand, and then he heard it again, a whisper, this time more distinct than before, coming from inside his mind. "Let me in." The voice wasn't coming from any human form. It was a voice from the room itself, from the hotel. A deep, grinding whisper that felt like it was etched into the very walls, an old echo that had been waiting to be heard. Simon recoiled, stumbling back toward the door, his hands fumbling at the handle. His pulse raced, and he forced himself to take shallow breaths, desperate for clarity. But there was none. The shadow seemed to creep closer, its shape now more defined, though its form remained elusive, out of focus, like something not meant to be seen by human eyes. No, no, no. Simon shouted, his voice raw with panic. He grabbed the handle again, this time with all his strength, but the door still wouldn't budge. It was as though it was fused into the frame, immovable. "Let me in." The whisper echoed again, but this time it wasn't just the voice. There was something else, something far darker, laced within the words. A threat, a promise, that Simon would never truly leave. The shadow shifted, growing and growing, expanding across the walls, stretching into the corners of the room. Its edges grew sharp, jagged like claws that raked across the space. Simon could feel the air grow thick with dread, every breath he took more labored than the last. It was suffocating, oppressive. The shadow lunged toward him. He stumbled backward, his legs unsteady, and just as it seemed the darkness would swallow him whole, the shadow stopped, frozen. The moment hung still in the air, like the world had ceased to exist. For a second, everything went silent. The scratching stopped, the whisper faded, the coldness melted away. The room settled into an unnatural calm, and Simon dared to breathe, albeit shallowly. It wasn't over. He knew it wasn't over, but something had changed. It was as though the hotel itself had paused, waiting for him to make a decision, to make a choice. And then the figure spoke again. "You're still here." The words were slow, deliberate, like the figure was savoring them. Simon turned, his heart skipping a beat. The figure was back, the man sitting on the bed once again, as if he had never moved. He was calm now, his face still hidden in the shadows. "You," Simon gasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want?" "From me?" The figure didn't answer right away. It simply sat there, as still as the room around them, until Simon felt the overwhelming weight of its presence pressing down on him. Finally, the figure spoke. "It's not what I want, boy. It's what this place wants." Simon took a step back, the words hitting him like a cold wave. "What is this place?" His voice was thick with fear, but the question had been building in his mind. The strange happenings, the whispering, the figure, everything. Why is it doing this to me? The figure's lips twisted into something that almost resembled a smile, more like a mockery than anything comforting. "It doesn't need a reason. It just takes. It takes whoever comes too close. And now, it's taking you." The words felt like they were unraveling him thread by thread. The figure was right. The hotel didn't need a reason. It didn't need an explanation. It just wanted him, just like it had wanted everyone who had entered before. Simon's breath quickened. He turned to the door again, desperately trying to escape, but the figure's voice stopped him cold. "You cannot leave." He froze. He couldn't breathe. "What do you mean? What is this place?" His hands were shaking now, his thoughts a whirlwind. The figure finally stood. It moved slowly, as though it were made of the same shadows that had crept across the room, its movements stretching and distorting with an unnatural fluidity. "It's not a place at all." The figure's voice dropped to a whisper, and Simon could feel the temperature of the room plummet again, the cold creeping into his bones. "It's a trap, a web spun over years, over decades, pulling people like you into it, keeping them here. This hotel, this room, it doesn't exist in the way you think. It exists between worlds. And once you're inside, you're never truly gone." Simon wanted to scream. His head was spinning, the room closing in around him, suffocating him with its weight. The air was thick with pressure, like the walls were pressing in on him, tightening around his chest. "You were always meant to be here, Simon." The figure's voice was a dark promise, a sentence Simon could never escape. "The keyhole is just the beginning. Once you see through it, once you look at the darkness beyond, it's already too late. You're already part of it." Simon's legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed to the floor, his vision blurred. He wasn't sure how long he had been kneeling, but when he finally managed to look up, the figure was gone. The room was still, but it felt empty now, like something had shifted, like he had been marked. He looked toward the door. The keyhole was still there, but now it seemed even larger, more unreal, the darkness inside it deeper. The door was waiting. Simon took a deep, shaking breath, his hand hovering near the doorknob. The scratching sound had stopped. The whispers had stopped. But the presence remained. The hotel had claimed him, and he knew, with a sickening certainty, that the hotel was not done. It would never be done. As Simon reached for the door handle, the keyhole seemed to shift. A shape, something alive, began to form within it, staring back at him through the darkness. "Let me in." And Simon knew then that he was no longer just a guest. Simon's hand lingered over the doorknob, cold and heavy beneath his fingers. His heart was pounding, but it wasn't the kind of fear that made you run. It was the kind of fear that rooted you in place, paralyzing you with the certainty that something was wrong, something that couldn't be escaped. His eyes were locked on the keyhole, the blackness within it somehow drawing him in as if it were alive, breathing, shifting, beckoning. "Let me in." The whisper came again, but it wasn't just a whisper this time. It was a command, a promise, a feeling so cold that it seemed to frost the edges of Simon's vision. He could almost see it now, the figure inside the keyhole, its black hollow eyes staring straight through him, as if it had been waiting there for a very long time. For a moment, Simon felt an overwhelming urge to open the door, to step through it and face whatever lay beyond, because running felt like an impossible option now. The air was too heavy, the room too suffocating. The walls felt like they were closing in on him. But he knew, deep down, that if he turned the handle, if he opened that door, he wouldn't be able to leave again. Not truly. Something inside the hotel was calling to him, pulling at his very soul. He turned away from the door with great effort, his legs feeling weak, like they were sinking into the floor beneath him. The room felt even colder now. It was like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in the span of a few seconds, and the chill in the air seemed to be crawling under his skin, reaching into his bones, spreading an icy numbness through his limbs. Simon's eyes flicked toward the window, but the night outside was just as dark and suffocating as the room itself. The glass was clouded and dirtied, but he could just make out the outline of the trees swaying in the wind outside, the faintest motion in the otherwise stagnant atmosphere of the motel. But even the outside world felt wrong. The trees swayed, but it wasn't natural. It was like they were alive, their branches reaching toward him with long, twisted fingers, trying to draw him in. He stumbled back toward the bed, his feet dragging as he moved across the room. He couldn't focus. His mind was unraveling. The shadows around him were moving, flickering at the edges of his vision, as though they were no longer bound by the laws of physics. They were stretching, distorting, crawling closer to him. "You're here now." The voice came again, this time from inside his own mind. It wasn't the man in the corner. It wasn't the whisper through the keyhole. It was the hotel speaking to him. He could feel it in the air, in the very fabric of the room. He could hear it in his bones, a deep, resonating hum that vibrated against the inside of his skull. Simon dropped to his knees in the middle of the room, his hands clutching the bed frame for support. His head was spinning. His heart thudded so loudly in his chest that he thought it might burst. He had to get out. He had to. But there was no escape. The door was locked. The windows were sealed. Even if he managed to open them, he wouldn't be able to get away. Not from this place. Not from whatever had claimed him. Simon's hands were shaking as he pressed them against his eyes, trying to block out the vision, the creeping shadows, the dark corners, the whispers that were now starting to swarm around him. The walls felt like they were closing in, like the room was slowly squeezing him, tightening its grip around him until he couldn't breathe. And then the whispers changed. "You can't leave." The voice was clearer now, not in his mind but out loud, echoing through the room in unison with the rest of the hotel. Simon's heart skipped a beat as the temperature in the room dropped even further, a rush of icy coldness making his skin crawl. He opened his eyes, gasping, but there was nothing, no one there. Just the dim room, the bed, the walls, the shadows. Except there was something new. A shape, moving in the corner of the room where the shadows pooled deepest. He turned toward it instinctively, his body frozen in place as the shape took form. At first it was indistinct, like a black fog rolling across the floor. But then it began to coalesce. It was a figure. It was human, but not. Its limbs were stretched too long, too twisted. Its eyes, those deep, hollow pits, seemed to devour the light around it. It was silent, but its presence was overwhelming. It filled the room, pressing in on Simon like it was suffocating him. "I told you," the voice whispered again, this time louder, clearer. "You can't leave." The figure moved forward, slow at first, then faster, its limbs jerking unnaturally. Simon wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but he couldn't. His legs wouldn't move. His feet were glued to the floor, rooted in place, held by something stronger, something darker than fear. "We're all here." The figure spoke again, its voice rasping, like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "You're not the first. You won't be the last." Simon's pulse raced, the fear now overwhelming every thought. He couldn't take it anymore. The figure was so close now. He could feel the coldness of it, the emptiness radiating from its presence. Something snapped inside him. A wild, desperate surge of energy broke through the paralyzing terror, and Simon forced himself to stand, to move. He lunged for the door, pulling at the handle with all his strength, but it was still locked. It didn't matter how hard he pulled. The door wouldn't open. The keyhole gleamed mockingly in the dim light like an impossible portal. A loud bang rattled the room, the sound of something heavy slamming against the door from the other side. The walls shook, the room groaned like it was coming alive, and the scratching started again, louder this time. It was everywhere now, coming from the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Simon's breath came in short, frantic bursts as he turned to look back at the figure. It was closer now. He could see its face. It was human, but wrong. Its skin stretched tight, its jaw too wide, its lips pulled back in a grotesque smile. Its eyes were wide and empty, and the longer Simon looked at it, the more he could feel his mind slipping, unraveling in the face of something that was not human. "Let me in," the voice came again, louder, clearer. The figure was standing inches from him now, its outstretched hand reaching for his chest, its fingers curling like claws, ready to rip him apart. Simon stumbled back, a horrified realization dawning on him. He couldn't run. He couldn't escape. The hotel had already claimed him. The figure before him was just another piece of the trap, a piece of the dark, endless cycle that had been set in motion long before he had even arrived. The scratching, the whispers, the relentless pressure, it was all part of it. And now it was his turn. He reached for the door again, but this time he didn't care if it was locked. He didn't care if there was no way out. He needed to leave, even if it meant breaking through the walls, even if it meant tearing himself apart. But the door didn't budge. Instead, the walls closed in. The hotel felt alive, the shadows twisting around him, the air suffocating his breath. The cold seeped deeper into his bones, and the figure in front of him began to move again, its limbs jerking in unnatural, horrifying patterns. And Simon understood now. He wasn't just a guest, he was trapped. Simon could feel the air growing heavier with each passing second, the cold now sinking deep into his bones. His heart hammered in his chest, a frantic rhythm that echoed in his ears, drowning out every other sound. The walls, once ordinary, seemed to pulse like the heartbeat of some living, breathing thing. The figure in the corner, twisted and contorted, moved toward him with slow, deliberate steps, its empty eyes never leaving his face. Every inch of Simon's body screamed for him to run, but his legs were like lead, too heavy to carry him. "Why, can't run." The voice was a low, raspy whisper. but it carried with it an unmistakable certainty. The figure's limbs stretched unnaturally long, the fingers reaching out toward him with a slow, jagged movement. Simon swallowed hard, a bitter taste in his mouth. He tried to tear his gaze away, but the figure was compelling. Its dark presence, drawing him in, making his thoughts fuzzy, clouded. There was something about it, something so primal and powerful that he couldn't look away. But he had to. He couldn't stay here. He had to get out. He tore his gaze away from the figure, focusing on the door. It was the only way out, the only escape. His breath came in short gasps, and his hands shook as he reached for the door handle. The cold metal of the doorknob was ice under his fingers, but Simon didn't care. He gripped it tightly, pulling with all his strength, but the door didn't budge. It felt as if the door itself was resisting him, as though it knew that he didn't belong here. He slammed his shoulder against it, hoping to jar it loose, but it held firm, unyielding. "You're trapped." The voice was close now, too close, and Simon didn't need to look to know the figure was standing right behind him. He could feel it, a presence that radiated from the figure like an invisible force, suffocating him, pressing him into the door. Panic surged through Simon's body, flooding his veins. He felt as though he was going to suffocate in the sheer wrongness of it all. He had to escape. He had to leave. Stop running. The figure's voice was suddenly louder, sharper, and Simon felt it in his bones. It's useless. He slammed his fist against the door again, but this time something changed. There was a loud click, a soft sound that sent a jolt of hope coursing through Simon. The door. It had unlocked. With a burst of energy, Simon twisted the knob and threw the door open, stepping into the hallway. He was out. He had done it. For a moment, he just stood there, gasping for air, not daring to look back at the room that had been his prison. But then the moment of relief vanished. The hallway was not what he expected. The walls were warped. The color of the wallpaper faded and curling at the edges, like they had been neglected for decades. The dim light above flickered, erratically, casting eerie shadows that stretched across the floor and seemed to twist at unnatural angles. The air in the hallway was thick, stale, suffused with a smell of dampness and decay, like the whole place had been abandoned and forgotten long ago. Simon turned, his eyes darting down the hallway. There was no one there. The silence in the hallway was almost deafening, broken only by the faint hum of the flickering light above. But there was a presence, something unseen, that made the back of his neck prickle. The hotel, it seemed, had never truly let him go. And now, it was watching him. He could feel it. He stepped forward cautiously, his footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. The hallway stretched out before him, far longer than it should have been. The walls seemed to bend, the distance between the doors too vast, as though the hallway was stretching as he moved. The air was heavier here, thick with an unspoken weight, pressing down on him with every step. And the farther he moved, the more the sensation of eyes on him grew, like unseen beings were waiting for him in the dark. Simon's breath quickened as he approached a door on the left side of the hallway. It was like any other door. Old peeling paint, the number 15 scrawled in chipped, faded black letters. But there was something about this door, something strange, that made Simon stop. A low scratching sound came from the other side, faint at first, then louder, more urgent. Scratch. Scratch. His heart skipped a beat, and he froze. This wasn't the first time he had heard that sound, but it was different now, closer. The door rattled slightly in its frame, like something was trying to get out. Without thinking, Simon reached for the door handle. The sensation in his chest was overwhelming, as though the room was drawing him in, beckoning him to open it, to step into the unknown. He couldn't explain it, couldn't shake the compulsion to open the door. Every cell in his body screamed for him to turn away, to keep walking, but his hand moved on its own. The door creaked as it slowly opened, revealing the darkness on the other side. The room was pitch black, the kind of darkness that swallowed everything. No hint of light, no flicker of a lamp, just a suffocating black void. The scratching stopped. For a moment, Simon stood there, paralyzed by fear. He wanted to close the door, to leave. But he couldn't. His feet felt like they were glued to the floor, his body trembling as he stared into the blackness. Something in the room shifted, something unseen but undeniably present. "Come closer." The voice, low and rasping, drifted toward Simon from the darkness, its presence thick and suffocating. His body went rigid, his breath catching in his throat. "You can't leave." The door to room 15 creaked, as though something was pressing against it, something on the other side. Simon's heart beat faster, panic rising in his chest, and just as he turned to run, something grabbed his arm. It was cold. Freezing cold, like ice. Simon screamed, trying to pull away, but the grip tightened. His body felt numb, his limbs heavy as if the weight of the entire building had descended upon him, crushing him from all sides. The darkness in room 15 seemed to pulse, breathing with him, surrounding him. The door slammed shut with a deafening sound that made the walls shake. And in the silence that followed, Simon's vision blurred, his thoughts tangled. For a brief moment, there was nothing. No sounds, no whispers, no scratching. Just an endless, suffocating silence. And then Simon heard something. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. The sound echoed from the end of the hallway, soft at first, but growing louder. He turned toward the noise, but his legs were still frozen, his body unwilling to respond. The air was heavy with an oppressive weight. The footsteps grew closer. He didn't want to look, but he had no choice. There, at the end of the hallway, in the darkened space between two rooms, a shadow appeared, a figure, and its eyes were staring right at him. The figure took a step forward, and Simon's heart stopped. It was closer now, too close. His feet finally moved, and he stumbled backward, but his body was already too late. The figure was almost on him. The darkness swallowed everything. And then, in a voice that was all too familiar, Simon heard the "Whisper one last time, let me in." Simon stumbled backward, his breath ragged in his chest, the figure in front of him drawing closer with every passing second. He could feel the air around him grow thicker, colder, as if the temperature in the hallway had dropped to frigid levels. His feet slid against the worn carpet as he turned to run, but his legs felt like lead, each step harder than the last, as though the weight of the building itself was dragging him down. The figure in front of him was no longer just a shadow. It was solid, human-like, its limbs moving in jerky, unnatural ways, as though the figure were pulled by invisible strings. Its eyes, dark, empty voids that seemed to stare into Simon's soul, made his chest tighten. It knew him. It was familiar. But how? The figure's lips stretched into a grotesque, wide smile, too wide, almost inhuman, and Simon realized that whatever this thing was, it wasn't just part of the hotel. It was the hotel. You can't run. The voice was low, distorted, coming from the figure's mouth, but the words felt like they were inside his mind. Simon's pulse quickened, his hands shaking as he reached for the wall to steady himself. But the floor beneath him felt like it was shifting, tilting sideways, making him dizzy. "I told you," the voice continued, growing louder, more insistent. "You belong to the hotel now." The figure took another slow step forward, its eyes never leaving Simon's face. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, the walls closing in on him. The whispers, the scratching, the low hum of the building, all of it was intensifying. It was as if the hotel itself was alive, feeding off his fear, waiting for him to break. Simon forced his feet to move, desperate to escape. His mind was clouded with panic, his thoughts scattered like leaves in a storm. He turned to the left, seeking an exit, but the hallway seemed to stretch infinitely, the rooms lining either side looking exactly the same. Identical doors, empty numbers. There was no way out. He had no idea which direction led to freedom. He was trapped. The figure stepped closer. It moved in sickening jerks, the limbs bending in unnatural angles, and Simon could hear the sickening crack of its joints as it moved. Its clothing was tattered, its skin pale and stretched, like the figure had been here for years. It was as if it had been waiting for Simon to show up, patiently biding its time, feeding on the very darkness of the building. Its mouth stretched, wider still, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth, too many teeth, gleaming in the dim light. The figure didn't speak, but it didn't need to. It communicated with a presence, a suffocating, malicious force that surrounded Simon. It was like the air itself was filled with discomfort, the darkness pressing against his skin, pulling him in, inch by inch. Simon had no choice but to keep moving, his feet stumbling under him. He reached for the door nearest to him, a random door, any door, and yanked it open, praying it wasn't locked. The door opened, but what he saw on the other side was not what he expected. The room beyond was dark, pitch black, and yet, as his eyes adjusted, he could see shapes in the room, shifting in the darkness, moving as if they had no form of their own. Figures, dozens of them, silent, still, and yet they were staring at him, all of them, every last one. Simon's breath caught in his throat. These figures, they were human but not. Their eyes, the same empty voids as the figure in the hallway, stared back at him, their mouths slightly agape. Some of them wore clothes from different eras, from different times, some old and tattered, others too new to make sense in the dark. They were frozen in place, but Simon could feel their presence, the sense that they were not quite alive, but not entirely dead either. He stepped back, about to close the door, but then a sound. It came from within the room, a faint tapping, like a faint knock against wood. The figures in the room did not move, but their eyes seemed to follow him. The room itself seemed to hum with something familiar, something wrong, like an electric current running through the floorboards, making the air around him tingle. They're waiting. The voice came again, and this time it was from one of the figures in the dark. Its voice was muffled, a rasping whisper, but Simon heard it clearly, as if it was spoken directly into his mind. Simon's stomach twisted. He couldn't move. His body was frozen by an overwhelming fear, like his very cells were rejecting the reality he was now standing in. He had to get out. He had to escape this nightmare. His instincts screamed at him to run, but he could barely lift his feet from the floor. The figure in the hallway, the one that had been chasing him, seemed to draw closer. The door slammed shut behind him with a deafening bang, and Simon whirled, his heart racing. The walls were closing in again, the hallway narrowing, suffocating him with its eerie presence. The figure's mouth stretched again into that grotesque, inhuman smile, and its eyes widened with hunger. Simon stumbled backward, barely catching himself, the world spinning around him, the sense of being surrounded overwhelming. "You're one of us now." The figure's voice was final, sharp, and Simon felt the coldness in his limbs spread, as though he was dissolving into the walls, being absorbed by the hotel itself. He turned, barely able to breathe, his hand flying toward the nearest door. The knob was cold, too cold, but it was his only hope. With a desperate wrench, he yanked the door open. The room beyond was starkly different from the rest. It was small, and there was a single bed against the far wall, but it wasn't the furniture that caught his attention. It was the walls. The walls were covered in deep gouges, the marks of something desperate, something alive. But the worst part was what lay in the middle of the room. In the center, There was a mirror. It was tall, thin, and cracked across the middle, as though it had been shattered and hastily repaired. The glass was dark and cloudy, but Simon could still make out his reflection in the center. And then he saw it. Behind him, in the mirror, was the figure. It was standing, watching him, just like it had in the hallway. Its eyes locked onto his, and its smile widened. "You were always meant to stay." The voice was unmistakable, now seeping from the walls themselves. Simon's reflection smiled, but it wasn't his smile. It was the figure's smile. He wasn't alone. His reflection wasn't his own. It was already changing, already becoming a part of the hotel. With a sudden jolt, Simon turned away from the mirror, but it was too late. The shadows behind him seemed to stretch, filling the room dark and cold. And then he heard the whispers. Again, they were no longer soft. They were louder, almost deafening now. "Stay with us." The walls seemed to pulse with the sound, the voices crawling under his skin, suffocating him. The room was becoming smaller. The door wouldn't open. The shadows in the mirror were stretching, crawling toward him, and the figure in the hallway, it was already there, its presence surrounding him like a cage. Simon's heart was hammering, his breath shallow as he realized the truth. The figure had been here long before he arrived. The hotel had been waiting for him, for all of them, and now he understood. There was no way out. There was no escape. The figure's voice whispered one last time, and Simon felt it deep in his chest. "You'll never leave. Not now. Not ever." The darkness was closing in around Simon, every inch of the room stretching and distorting. The walls seemed to breathe, the corners of the room twisting and warping as the shadows pressed in tighter. His chest was tight, his throat dry, and the familiar feeling of suffocation returned as the very air felt thick and oppressive. The whispers, those same voices that had haunted him from the very first moment, now surged louder, filling his head with their insistent calls, "You're ours now." The phrase echoed again and again, reverberating through his mind until it felt like the very walls were speaking to him, their voices pressing down like a weight he could no longer ignore. Every corner, every shadow seemed to be alive, watching him, waiting for him to break, to submit to the hotel's dark, insidious will. Simon's body was frozen, paralyzed with terror. But the knowledge, the truth, had become undeniable. There was no escape. He wasn't just in a room anymore. He was in the hotel, a part of it bound by its will. He had crossed a threshold, a line he had never meant to cross. And now the hotel had him, mind, body, and soul. But then, in the midst of the chaos, something shifted. There was a sensation like the ground had shifted beneath him, like he had stumbled into a new space altogether. Simon's eyes darted around, his mind struggling to keep up. The room was no longer just the room. It was something else. Something more. The door, which had been locked tight earlier, now stood ajar, just a crack, as if inviting him in. But Simon knew better than to believe it was offering an escape. No, the door wasn't a passage to freedom. It was a trap, another test. The hotel had set for him. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, but this time Simon didn't flinch. He didn't run. He had no place left to run. The figures in the room, the shadows that had once been lifeless, now moved, their bodies undulating in the dark, their forms flickering in and out of focus, like they were made of the same twisted air that surrounded them. Simon's legs moved of their own accord, a desperate attempt to escape the tightening, suffocating grip of the hotel. He found himself moving toward the open door, though every fiber of his being screamed to stay away. But he couldn't stop himself. It was as if the hotel was guiding him, pulling him forward, forcing him to make the same inevitable choice that so many others had made before. He stepped into the hallway. The world outside the room was not the hallway he had passed through before. No, this was different. The walls were darker, covered in dark, peeling wallpaper that seemed to pulse with an inner, grotesque life. The air smelled foul, like something old and decaying, something long, forgotten. But that smell mixed with something sharper, something metallic. Simon's gaze locked onto the keyhole at the end of the hallway. The light in the hallway seemed to flicker around it, casting the keyhole into sharp relief. This time, it wasn't just an ordinary keyhole. It felt like a portal, a window into something beyond, into a place that wasn't meant to be seen. Bedtime. Hairs on Simon's neck stood on end as he felt it, something pulling at him. He knew what he had to do, but he didn't want to. He didn't want to approach it, didn't want to peer through the keyhole again. But it was already too late. The darkness was already seeping into his mind, invading his thoughts, making him compelled to look. Simon staggered forward, his body moving against his will, drawn to the keyhole. He didn't want to know what was on the other side, but he had no choice. The door before him beckoned with a terrible promise, and the keyhole seemed to whisper his name. He crouched down, his hand trembling as he hovered near the keyhole, and then he looked. At first he saw nothing. The keyhole was a black void, an endless abyss that seemed to go on forever. But then something shifted. A shape began to emerge from the darkness, something slow, something unfamiliar. His heart skipped a beat as the shape began to resolve itself into something alive. The figure wasn't human. Its limbs were elongated, too long, stretching and shifting, like it was morphing into something other than itself. Its eyes were wide, dark, and unblinking, too large for its face and its mouth. Its mouth was open wide enough to swallow him whole, but that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the recognition. He knew the face. It was his own. The figure behind the keyhole had Simon's face, twisted, distorted, stretched like it had been carved from stone. It wasn't him, not entirely, but it looked like him, and that thought alone made Simon's stomach churn with horror. It was like looking at a nightmare, a twisted reflection of himself in a mirror that wasn't his own. "Let me out." The voice was his voice, but distorted, a low growl that seemed to scrape against his mind like nails on a chalkboard. It wasn't just the words, though. It was the way the voice resonated in his skull, the way it seemed to vibrate with something ancient, something that Simon couldn't begin to understand. He took a step back, his pulse racing, his legs trembling beneath him. He couldn't look away, though. The figure in the keyhole stared at him, its hollow eyes still fixed on him, waiting. It was like it had been waiting for him to see it, to acknowledge it. It had been there all along, lurking in the hotel, waiting to pull him in. "You're not supposed to be here." The figure spoke again, but this time Simon felt its words seep into his mind. It wasn't just speaking to him. It was controlling him, shaping his thoughts, pulling at the edges of his sanity. Simon stumbled backward, unable to take his eyes off the keyhole, as if he were entranced by the sight of it. His mind was spinning, racing with thoughts that made no sense. But one thing was clear. The figure, his reflection, was something that had been waiting to take him. The room began to pulse again, the walls trembling with the force of the presence that surrounded him. The air thickened. The shadows in the hallway seemed to reach for him, curling around his ankles, pulling at his feet. Simon's heart raced, and for a moment he thought he would collapse. He was being pulled into something darker than he could comprehend. He had seen it, the truth, and now he knew. He wasn't just trapped in this hotel. He was part of it. The hotel had consumed him, pulled him into its web, and now, just like all those before him, he was lost. The keyhole flickered again, and Simon could see it now. The shadows inside, The whole were alive, moving, swirling around the figure's form, pulling it toward him. And then the figure smiled, its mouth stretching wider, its jaw cracking with a sickening sound. "Let me in." The voice was louder now, closer. It wasn't just a whisper, it was a command. Simon's pulse raced. He wanted to scream, to run, to tear himself away from this nightmare, but his legs wouldn't move. The figure's face was too much, its eyes too empty, too familiar. He couldn't escape it. He couldn't escape himself. And then, just as suddenly as it had all started, the figure stopped. For a brief moment, there was silence. The keyhole seemed to pulse with a final whisper. "You are already one of us." And just like that, the door slammed shut. Simon's body shook, his mind racing. It wasn't over, not yet. He couldn't stay here. He had to find a way out. But as he turned to leave, he heard the unmistakable sound again, the scratching. The door to room 13 had opened. And standing in the doorway, staring back at him, was the figure. Only this time, it wasn't just a reflection. The sound of the door creaking open was the loudest thing Simon had ever heard. It reverberated in his chest, a sharp crack through the silence that seemed to tear through the very air. His heart beat erratically as he slowly turned toward the door, the one marked with the number 13, the number that had haunted him since his arrival. It wasn't the first time he had seen it, nor the first time it had called to him. But now, it was different. Now, the door was open. He didn't want to look inside. He knew what was there. He could feel it. The oppressive darkness beyond the threshold seemed to swallow everything, making the hallway feel even narrower, the air even heavier. The temperature had dropped again, and the ice-cold chill wrapped around him like a suffocating blanket. His breath fogged in front of him, each exhale a desperate reminder that he was running out of time. But his body wouldn't move. It wouldn't obey. "It's here, Simon." The thought came like a whisper in his mind. The voice, the hotel's voice. It wasn't something he had heard aloud. No, it was deeper in the marrow of his bones, pressing down on his thoughts like an invisible weight. It was inside him, pulling at him. Let it in. The urge to obey was overwhelming. The door wasn't just a door anymore. It was a portal, a rift, a passage to something that had been waiting for him. Something ancient, something bound to the hotel in ways he couldn't understand. The keyhole he had stared through earlier, his reflection staring back at him, was still etched in his mind. A scar that wouldn't fade. His eyes. His face twisted into something unrecognizable, and yet strangely familiar. It wasn't him, but it was him. The figure in the hallway, the figure in the keyhole, the figure standing now in front of the door. The one waiting for him to cross the threshold. Simon felt himself stepping forward before he could even stop himself. His legs were moving on their own, each step like a compulsion, a force pulling him into the room, into the darkness beyond. His hands were numb at his sides, but still they reached out, closing the distance, bridging the gap between himself and the door. "You can't run from what you are." The voice came again, but this time it wasn't a whisper. It was louder, filling the space, filling his mind. Simon's heart clenched. No, he tried to think. No, this can't be happening. But the door was open now. The darkness inside was beckoning him, calling to him like a lover's embrace. He couldn't fight it, he couldn't resist. Every step was an eternity, each breath heavier than the last, until finally his hand reached out. The cold hit him first. The chill from inside the room wrapped around him like a snake, coiling its icy fingers around his chest. He shuddered, but his hand didn't pull away. He felt the handle beneath his fingers, cold, smooth, and strangely warm all at once. It was like the door was waiting for him, as if it had always been his. The reflection in the glass grew clearer. It wasn't. just his face anymore. The man in the keyhole was now a mirror of him, an extension of him. The twisted reflection grinned back at him, its mouth stretched too wide, the eyes too dark, too hungry. Simon's throat went dry. He wanted to scream, but the words wouldn't. "Come." The figure behind him, in the room, moved. Slowly it shambled toward him, its limbs still too long, too wrong. It was close now, too close. Its breath, if it could be called that, came in low, ragged gasps, and Simon could feel it even without turning around. It was right behind him, the presence impossible to ignore, like an iron weight pressing against his back. And then the figure spoke again. "It's too late." The words hit him like a punch to the gut. Simon's heart skipped a beat. He could feel his breath catch, but he couldn't make it stop. He couldn't break free from the invisible grasp that was pulling him into the room. The figure moved, and though Simon could feel it, its touch, its presence, he didn't dare turn around. If he did, he wasn't sure he'd be able to look away. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the door. The threshold. He had crossed it, hadn't he? He had opened it. There was no going back. The darkness inside the room seemed to pulse, like it was breathing, alive, moving around him. And then, as if guided by some invisible hand, the door slammed shut behind him. The noise was deafening. It shook the room, and Simon's heart seemed to stop in his chest. He spun around, his legs weak beneath him, and the figure was there, standing just inside the room, its body flickering like it couldn't quite hold itself together. Its face was distorted, a mash of features that made no sense. Too many eyes, too many mouths. The shadows clung to it, like the figure was made of darkness. Itself and its grin stretched wider, impossibly wide, until it was all Simon could see. Simon gasped, his breath choking in his throat, his limbs trembling. It was so close, so impossibly close. His vision blurred, his thoughts scattered like leaves in the wind. He had to run, he had to escape. But there was nowhere to go. The hotel had him now. It had always had him. The figure leaned forward, its mouth opening in a sickening grin. Its teeth gleamed in the dim light, sharp and jagged, too many for any normal mouth. The voice, the one that had followed Simon through this nightmare, came again, but this time it wasn't just in his mind. It was alive, spoken aloud, filling the room. "There's no way out." Simon tried to scream, but the air was too thick. The room was suffocating him. The darkness pressed in on him from every direction. He could feel it crawling under his skin, the very walls of the hotel closing in on him. The figure in front of him raised a hand, its fingers long, sharp, like talons. It reached out for him. "No," Simon thought, but the words were trapped in his throat. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. His mind screamed, but his legs were frozen. The hand moved closer. "You belong here now." The voice, the figure, the hotel. They were one now, and Simon could no longer tell where his own thoughts ended and theirs began. With a sudden jolt, the figure's hand touched Simon's chest. A jolt of cold ran through him like ice coursing through his veins. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. The figure's eyes glinted with that same twisted satisfaction. It was waiting for Simon to realize what he already knew. There was no escape. There never had been. The hotel had claimed him. The figure's grin grew wider, and in that moment, Simon understood. The door was never meant to open. The keyhole had been waiting for him all along. He had always been a part of this hotel. And now, the hotel was his home, his prison. The darkness closed in. Simon's vision faded, his body disappearing into the shadows, his very soul being swallowed by the hotel, its grip tightening around him until there was nothing left but the endless walls, the infinite hallway of the cursed place. And somewhere, in the distant dark, the door shut, but on the other side a new figure arrived, a new guest, unaware. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. It was the smell that first unsettled Eleanor. It crept into the room before the shadow did. A faint, metallic scent, like rusted iron or forgotten blood. It lingered, curling around her as she sat in her grandmother's old armchair, staring out at the rain that drummed softly against the windows. She had come to the house only a week ago, after the funeral, to settle the last of her grandmother's affairs. The air was thick with the weight of things unsaid, with the hollow space that had once been filled by the old woman's presence. The house was cold, even with the fire flickering weakly in the hearth. It had always been this way, stubbornly, cold and quiet, even in the height of summer. The furniture, dark and heavy with age, loomed in the corners, cast in deep shadows. The floorboards creaked with every step Eleanor took, as though the house itself was breathing, waiting, listening. She shivered as another draft swept through the room, though she could not see where it came from. Her grandmother had never mentioned anything about drafts, about the house being haunted, or about any strange occurrences. But Eleanor had always known, even as a child, that there was something wrong with this place. Something off in the way the walls seemed to close in on her when she was alone. The way the shadows never quite fit the light. The wind picked up outside, howling against the windows. She could hear it clearly, though she had the shutters closed tight. For a moment, the rain stopped, and the silence was suffocating. Eleanor's breath quickened as she leaned forward, straining to listen. A soft scraping sound, like nails on wood, echoed from the far corner of the room, where the old rocking chair sat, empty, but always swaying slightly, as though someone had just gotten up. It stopped abruptly. Eleanor's heart raced. She told herself it was just the wind, or maybe a rodent scurrying in the walls. But the air had changed. Something was there now, something watching her from the dark corner, something she couldn't quite see but could feel. Her skin prickled, goosebumps rising along her arms as the faintest whisper brushed against her ear. It was just a breath, but it sounded almost like her name. Eleanor. Her stomach dropped. She stood up too quickly, knocking the chair back with a loud thud. Her breath caught in her throat as she turned to face the room, her eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Nothing. The rocking chair sat still now, its motion completely halted. The smell of metal was stronger, almost suffocating, and she realized with a shudder that it wasn't just the room that felt colder. It was her skin, her body. There was something in the house, something that had been there long before her, grandmother's death, and perhaps something that had stayed even after she was gone. The scraping noise began again. This time it was louder, closer. Eleanor's pulse thudded in her ears as she turned to the doorway. For a moment, she thought she saw something shift in the dim light. A silhouette, faint but there. She blinked, and it was gone. Her feet moved before she could even think. The door creaked open with a quiet protest as she stepped into the hallway, feeling the temperature drop with each step. A faint sound, like a soft laugh or perhaps a sigh, followed her. Eleanor's breath came in shallow bursts as she stood at the threshold of the hallway, her heart pounding against her ribcage. The air in the old house was thicker now, and the silence felt as though it pressed in on her from all sides, suffocating. The house, her grandmother's house, had always been strange, but now it felt alive in a way she couldn't explain, as if the very walls were watching her. She had never been particularly superstitious. Growing up, she'd spent countless nights in this house, running through the rooms with her cousins, playing in the overgrown garden. The house had always felt old, certainly, and it had a way of creaking and shifting that made it sound like it had secrets to hide. But it had never felt dangerous. It was just an old, forgotten place, Until now. Now something had changed. Something was inside. Eleanor stepped hesitantly into the hallway, the wooden floors creaking beneath her feet as if the house itself were groaning in protest. The dim light from the sitting room behind her barely reached the far end of the hallway, where the shadows seemed to grow impossibly long. She instinctively reached for the brass doorknob of the closet on the left, though she had no idea what she hoped to find. Perhaps a light switch, or some kind of reassurance. But the knob was cold in her hand, colder than it should have been, sending a shiver crawling up her spine. The house had never been this cold before. The dim hallway stretched out before her, long and narrow, lined with closed doors on either side. To her left was her grandmother's bedroom, and to the right, a small guest room where Eleanor had stayed during her childhood visits. The door to the bedroom was slightly ajar, just enough to see a sliver of darkness behind it. For a moment, Eleanor thought she saw something move in that sliver, a shadow, a flicker of motion, but when she blinked, it was gone. The whispering that had brushed her ear earlier had stopped, but the oppressive stillness seemed to hang in, the air like a storm waiting to break. Eleanor glanced over her shoulder. The sitting room, with its hearth and familiar old furniture, seemed miles away now. She had crossed the threshold into this strange, silent part of the house, and there was no turning back. A low creak from the direction of the guest room caught her attention. Eleanor froze. For a moment she thought she heard a soft scraping noise, almost like the sound of fingernails dragging along wood. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible shuffling. She couldn't tell where it was coming from. It could have been the house settling, or the wind stirring something in the attic. But something told her it wasn't the wind. Her grandmother had always warned her not to go upstairs, not to explore the upper floors of the house. When Eleanor was younger, she had dismissed the warnings as the harmless superstitions of an elderly woman, the kind of thing one might expect from a person who lived alone in an ancient house. But now, standing in the cold hallway, the warnings took on a new weight. Something about this place was different, and Eleanor couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in her gut. She didn't know how long she had been standing there, lost in thought, when the sound came again. Faint, but unmistakable. The scraping noise from the guest room. Only now it wasn't just a random sound, it was rhythmic, like a deliberate tapping. The hairs on the back of Eleanor's neck stood on end, and she felt the blood drain from her face. She wanted to move, to turn around and run back to the sitting room, back to safety. But her legs felt heavy, as if the house itself was holding her in place. A soft whisper followed the tapping. This time there was no mistaking it. Eleanor. The voice, low and breathy, sounded almost like her grandmother's, but it wasn't quite right. It was distant, almost garbled, as if coming from far away. Eleanor's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a cold wave of fear wash over her. She had to move. She had to. Without thinking, Eleanor took a step forward, her feet carrying her toward the guest room. The door was still ajar, the sliver of darkness mocking her every step. The house seemed to groan beneath her feet, as if it were alive, shifting and breathing. With each step, the air grew colder, denser, until it felt like she was wading through thick fog. The closer she got to the door, the louder the sound became. Soft, rhythmic tapping that echoed in her head like a clock counting down the seconds to something terrible. She reached for the door handle, her fingers trembling as they closed around the cold brass. For a moment, she paused. Her breath was shallow, her pulse hammering in her ears. The door swung open without resistance, the hinges creaking loudly, but Eleanor barely registered the sound. What she saw inside made her stomach twist with unease. The room was empty, save for the lone rocking chair in the far corner. The same one that had sat by the window when she was a child, the one her grandmother had always kept neatly positioned in the corner of the room, as though it were a permanent fixture. It had always looked harmless enough, a worn but comfortable chair with its old quilt draped over the back. But now, as Eleanor's eyes settled on it, she saw something different. The chair was moving. It was barely perceptible at first, the slight back and forth motion of the rocking chair, but it was moving, and no one was in it. Eleanor's breath hitched, and she stepped into the room, her shoes scuffing the wooden floor. The rocking chair creaked, and for the first time she noticed the air was thick with something heavy. The faint smell of metal lingered in the room, stronger now, almost overwhelming. Her eyes darted around, but nothing else seemed out of place. No hidden figures, no shadowy shapes, just the chair, gently rocking, the rhythmic sound filling the room. Her gaze returned to the chair. The motion had stopped. Eleanor felt her heart racing, pounding in her chest as the silence enveloped her once more. She was about to step forward when a soft sound, almost like a faint whisper, echoed from the corner of the room. Eleanor. This time the voice was clearer, closer. Eleanor froze, her blood turning to ice as the voice drifted from the shadows. She could feel its presence, could almost sense the weight of it pressing in on her. Her eyes flicked to the window. The blinds were drawn, but the pale light of the moon filtered through the gaps, casting long shadows on the floor. The silence stretched, thick and oppressive. For a moment, Eleanor thought she heard something, just a faint rustling, coming from beneath the floorboards. "Eleanor!" The voice came again, louder now, more insistent, but still not quite her grandmother's. There was something wrong with it, something fractured, almost broken. With a shaky breath, Eleanor backed away from the rocking chair. She had to leave. She had to get out of this room. Her hands shook as she reached for the doorknob, but before she could turn it, the whisper came again. Only this time, it wasn't a whisper at all. The voice spoke in a clear, guttural tone. "You shouldn't have come back, Eleanor." The door slammed shut behind her with a deafening crash, the force of it knocking her off balance. She stumbled backward, her pulse racing. The room seemed to spin as the weight of the words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. The lights flickered overhead, and for a moment, the world around her seemed to blur. The scraping noise started again, louder now, closer. Eleanor spun on her heels and bolted from the room, her breath coming in sharp, frantic gasps as she sprinted back toward the hallway. She didn't look back. She couldn't. The voice, the shadow, whatever it was, had followed her. She could feel it, like a presence in the air, pressing down on her chest with every step. She reached the bottom of the stairs, and before she could make it to the sitting room, the voice called out once more, its tone cold like ice. "Eleanor." Her name was the last thing she heard before the world went dark. Eleanor awoke with a jolt, her chest tight, the remnants of a fading scream lingering on her lips. She was lying on the cold wooden floor of the hallway, just outside the guest room, her body curled into an awkward heap, as though she'd collapsed from sheer terror. Her breath was ragged, the air thick and cloying, as though the house itself had absorbed the fear and was exhaling it back into her lungs. The faint smell of iron hung in the air, and her heart beat in frantic rhythms as if it had never quite slowed since that moment when the voice had called her name. She lay still for a moment, trying to gather her bearings, her hand pressed against the floor. The wood was slick with cold sweat, the polished surface rough against her fingertips. A faint tremor ran through her fingers, and she clenched her hand into a fist, as if willing the fear to drain from her body. The dim light of the hallway seemed to press in on her, heavier than before. The shadows were deeper, darker, and more insistent. Everything felt different. The house felt different. And then she remembered. The voice. She had been in the guest room, the rocking chair, the door slamming shut. The words, "You shouldn't have come back, Eleanor." They rang in her ears like a distant drumbeat reverberating against the silence. What had happened? Why had she collapsed like that? Was it the fear, or was it something else? She slowly pushed herself up, her limbs stiff and sore. The house seemed to groan around her, the creaking sound of wood echoing like a warning. It was as if the structure itself had shifted, settled into a new, unnerving rhythm. She glanced up the staircase. The stairs were dark, the top half hidden from view. The attic door loomed half open, as if inviting her to go up, though she could not imagine why. Eleanor's gaze fell to the hallway behind her. The air felt heavier now, thicker. The silence felt somehow wrong. There was a weight to it. She was not alone here. Something was in the house, something that didn't belong. The thought of the attic made her skin crawl. No one ever went up there. Her grandmother had always said it was too dangerous, too full of old things that were best left forgotten. But it wasn't just the attic. It was the house itself. The way it whispered, the way it moved. It was as if something beneath it, something older than the building itself, was beginning to stir. A noise snapped her from her thoughts. Faint at first, but growing louder, more insistent. A scraping sound, like metal on wood. A low, rasping sound. Eleanor's heart clenched in her chest, her mind racing as she strained to locate the source. The sound seemed to echo through the walls, reverberating down the narrow hallway. It was coming from beneath her feet. The floorboards shifted beneath her, and she froze. The scraping continued. Eleanor took a cautious step backward, her feet light, barely touching the floor as though she could escape the sound itself. Her pulse raced as she glanced around the dim hallway, looking for some sign, some clue to what was happening. The silence that followed the scraping sound felt even more suffocating. The air hung still, too still, as if the house itself were, holding its breath. And then it came again, a sharp, unsettling noise like something scraping against the underside of the house. Her body tensed. The sound seemed to be coming from below, from deep beneath the floor, as though something was moving in the dark spaces between the foundation and the earth itself. Eleanor's eyes shot to the floor, her breath quickening as she slowly crouched down, reaching for the edge of the wooden planks. There was something strange about the way the floor felt beneath her hand, as though the wood wasn't quite right. It was too smooth, almost too soft, as though something had been hidden here for years. She pulled her hand back as though burned. A terrible thought crossed her mind, one she pushed away just as quickly. Could it be? But no. It was impossible. No one had been down there for decades, not since her grandmother had stopped talking about the old place. She had always dismissed her grandmother's cryptic warnings, thinking them nothing more than the ramblings of an aging woman. But now the house seemed to pulse with something dark, something ancient. Eleanor's thoughts circled back to that voice, the voice she'd heard earlier, calling her name, telling her not to come back. But it had known her name. How? A creak echoed from beneath the floor, louder now. Eleanor's eyes narrowed. She stood up, wiped her sweaty palms against her skirt and tried to steady herself. She needed to be calm. She needed to think clearly. But something in her gut told her that the sound wasn't just random. It wasn't the house settling. It was something deliberate. It was calling her. Without thinking, Eleanor stepped toward the hallway door, her footsteps almost soundless against the floor. She couldn't stay here. Not with that scraping noise growing louder, not with the strange, hollow weight of the house pressing down on her. But where could she go? The only place left was the attic, and the idea of going up there into the darkness was enough to make her stomach lurch. But that scraping sound, the way it seemed to reach her every nerve, made her legs move before her mind could catch up. She stepped toward the stairs, her hand gripping the banister as she began the slow ascent. The air up here was different, more suffocating. The darkness pressed in on her like a physical weight. The staircase creaked under her feet, the sound echoing in the narrow space. She moved cautiously, taking each step with deliberate slowness. At the top of the stairs, a small square door stood ajar, leading into the attic. Her heart thundered in her chest as she approached it, the faintest tremor running through her hand as she gripped the door handle. The door swung open with a soft, whining creak, and Eleanor stepped into the attic. The air was thick with dust and the musty smell of old wood. The room was dim, the only light coming from the small window at the far end, where the moonlight barely filtered through the grime. The shadows were deep here, clinging to the corners of the attic like forgotten things. Boxes, crates, and old furniture were stacked haphazardly around the room, the detritus of decades gone by. The same things her grandmother had once said she should never touch. Eleanor took a tentative step forward, the floorboards creaking beneath her weight. She hesitated, her eyes scanning the attic. Nothing seemed out of place at first glance, but the longer she stood there, the more she felt the weight of the house settle in, pressing down from all sides. The scraping noise was louder now. Eleanor swallowed hard and forced herself to take another step. The sound seemed to be coming from beneath the floor again, but this time it was clearer, closer. The wooden planks creaked and groaned as though something was moving just beneath them. Her breath caught in her throat. Eleanor. The voice, low and rasping, echoed through the attic. It sounded closer now, the words wrapped in a kind of hollow urgency. Eleanor's blood ran cold. She tried to swallow, but her throat felt dry, tight. The voice was coming from the far end of the room, from the shadows. She turned her head, squinting into the darkness. Eleanor. The voice seemed to beckon her, but its tone was not kind. It was insistent, as though it were calling her to something far worse than she could imagine. Eleanor's legs moved before her mind could catch up, her body propelled by a fear that burned through her veins. And then she saw it. In the far corner, partially obscured by the dust and shadows, was a door. It was small, old, and unremarkable in appearance, but it was there, hidden beneath years of neglect, waiting for her. Something about it called to her, a magnetic pull she couldn't ignore. She stepped forward slowly, hesitantly, her pulse thundering in her ears as she reached for the handle. It was cold to the touch, colder than anything else in the house. With a deep breath, she turned it. The door creaked open, and behind it, there was nothing. Just darkness. Eleanor stood at the threshold, staring into the yawning darkness that stretched beyond the attic door. The air in the small room thickened with an oppressive weight, the kind that made it hard to breathe, as though the house itself had become a living, breathing creature, inhaling and exhaling in slow, measured gasps. Every instinct screamed at her to step back, to shut the door and forget she had ever seen it. But the pull, the relentless tug of curiosity, of fear, was too strong. She couldn't look away. The voice from earlier still echoed in her mind. Eleanor. It sounded different now, more hollow, more desperate. The faintest trace of panic laced the whisper. She felt it deep in her gut, a tugging sensation that set her nerves on edge. She had heard that voice before, hadn't she? It was as though she knew it, but couldn't quite place from where. And yet she knew it was real, too real to ignore. Her hand trembled as it hovered near the door handle, the cold metal pressing against her palm like a warning. She didn't want to open it. She didn't want to see what lay beyond. But her feet moved forward, almost of their own accord, as if the house itself was guiding her. She could feel the air grow colder, sharper, as she crossed the threshold. She stepped into the darkness. The room beyond the door was vast, far larger than she had anticipated. It stretched out into the gloom, an open, cavernous space beneath the house. The floor beneath her feet creaked, but she wasn't sure if it was her own movement or something else, something watching her, waiting for her. The walls were coated in a thick layer of dust, and the air smelled stale and damp, like forgotten things that had long since been abandoned to the depths of the earth. For a moment, all Eleanor could hear was the sound of her own breathing, shallow and fast, echoing in the vastness of the dark room. Her heart pounded painfully in her chest as she slowly took a few more steps forward, her eyes adjusting to the murk. The dim light from the attic behind her flickered and then died entirely, leaving her in an abyss of blackness. Click. Eleanor froze. The sound was faint but unmistakable, the soft snap of a latch or perhaps a floorboard shifting under pressure. A tiny pinprick of sound, but it echoed in the stillness of the room like thunder in her ears. Her instincts screamed at her to leave, but she was already too far in. And then, again, came the voice. It was closer this time, though no less haunting. Eleanor. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was a sound that seemed to reverberate off the walls, something close and urgent, something desperate. She couldn't tell where it was coming from. The room seemed endless, stretching beyond what her eyes could comprehend. It was a place that didn't belong in the house, a place that didn't belong anywhere. Slowly, Eleanor's eyes adjusted to the dark. She could make out shapes now, dim outlines in the blackness, crates, old furniture, and something else, something lying in the far corner of the room, something that was neither a shape nor a shadow, but something more, alive. Her breath caught in her throat, a figure. It was barely there, just a smear of movement that she couldn't quite focus on. It shifted, undulating like something submerged beneath water. The longer she stared, the more its form seemed to take shape. A tall, thin figure hunched over, its body a twisted mass of blackness that seemed to swallow the faint light of the room. It was wrong. The kind of wrong that sent a cold shudder down her spine. The kind of wrong that could not be explained. Eleanor stumbled back, her heart pounding in her throat. The voice came again, louder now, more insistent. Eleanor, come. Closer. Her pulse quickened. She wanted to run, to flee from this thing, but something rooted her to the spot. Something compelled her to approach, to step into the dark. Her legs moved of their own accord, dragging her toward the figure, the dark thing that was waiting, calling. The closer she got, the more she could see. The figure had no face, just a blank, featureless expanse of shadow. Its body was long, thin like a man, but wrong, bent in unnatural ways. And then the air seemed to shift. The shadows around it began to distort, pulling inward, as if the room itself was swallowing the light. The sound, the scraping sound, from beneath the floorboards. It grew louder now, closer, until it was all around her. A chorus of whispers began to rise, a murmured chant in languages she couldn't understand. The walls vibrated with the sound, the entire room trembling, as though it were alive, breathing with the rhythm of whatever ancient force resided there. Eleanor, come closer. The voice called again, deeper now, a rolling, guttural tone that reverberated through her chest. It wasn't a whisper anymore, it was a command, and as it spoke, the darkness seemed to grow thicker, darker still. Eleanor felt the coldness press in on her. Her body refused to obey, and yet her feet carried her forward, each step slow and deliberate as though she were drawn to it. The figure was now just a few feet away. She could almost feel its presence, the unnatural cold radiating from it like the chill of a grave. She reached out a hand toward it, her fingers trembling, not knowing why she was doing it, but unable to stop. The moment her fingers brushed the figure's form, the shadows seemed to explode outward, consuming her whole. She gasped, the air stolen from her lungs as darkness swallowed her vision. The house seemed to hold its breath. A shiver ran through her entire body, and then nothing. Silence. Eleanor's eyes snapped open, and she found herself in a different place, though she couldn't tell how she had gotten there. She was lying on the cold ground, her limbs splayed wide like she had fallen. The air was heavy here, oppressive, as though she were deep beneath the earth. She could feel the weight of the dirt pressing against her from all sides like she was buried alive. But the earth was not the same here. This place was ancient, cold, and suffocating. Slowly, Eleanor rose to her knees, her head spinning. The ground beneath her felt solid, but there was no light here, just an overwhelming sense of emptiness. She could feel the shadows pressing in, creeping closer, wrapping around her like a shroud. The walls of the space seemed to close in on her, even though she couldn't see them. Something moved behind her. She spun around, her heart racing, but all she saw was more shadow. There was nothing here. No furniture, no warmth. Just blackness and the cold, gnawing feeling that she was not alone. And then, through the blackness, she saw it. A pair of glowing eyes, faint at first, like the light of distant stars. They were there, blinking in the dark, watching her. The eyes didn't blink like a human's. They were cold, unmoving, fixed and unblinking. They were not just looking at her, they were waiting. Eleanor felt the ground beneath her tremble again. She wasn't alone. The whispers began again. This time they were louder, more urgent. The voices all around her, layered on top of one another, like 1,000 echoes in a cavernous void. The words were unintelligible, but they came together in a terrifying crescendo. They were speaking to her, demanding her attention. And then one voice rose above the rest. "Eleanor, you've always been here. You never left." She staggered backward, her body trembling with fear. The voice was familiar, but there was no mistaking it now. It was the voice she had heard in the attic, the voice that had beckoned her to this place. She felt something shift inside her, a sickening realization creeping over her. This was no accident. This was where she had always been meant to be. The air shifted once more. The ground beneath her feet cracked open, a deep, unnatural rift spreading out before her. She tried to run, but her legs refused to move, frozen in place by the weight of something unseen, something pressing down on her chest. A cold hand gripped her throat. And then, out of the shadows, a figure emerged, the same shadow she had seen in the attic. It was more solid now, more defined, as if it had grown in the darkness. Its form stretched and contorted in ways that defied nature, its limbs bending and twisting like something from a nightmare. Eleanor could barely breathe. The darkness wrapped around her like a suffocating blanket, and she could feel her mind begin to unravel. And then the voice spoke again. "Eleanor, welcome home." The voice echoed in the pitch-black void of the cavernous space, its words wrapping themselves around Eleanor like cold fingers closing over her chest. Welcome home. It wasn't a greeting. It wasn't an invitation. It was a statement, a truth. The suffocating weight of those words pressed in on her, bending her will, unraveling her very sense of self. She could feel the darkness swallowing her whole, an endless expanse of cold and silence. The ground beneath her had cracked open, and now the air itself felt impossibly thick, as if it were made of something far heavier than mere oxygen. Eleanor's legs trembled beneath her as the last of her strength ebbed away. The cold hand on her throat tightened, its fingers digging into her skin as if it were a part of her very soul. She wanted to scream, to cry out, but no sound came. The oppressive weight of this place pressed down on her so firmly that she could barely move, let alone cry for help. The figure in the shadows stretched out before her, no longer just an ambiguous mass of darkness, but a tall, gaunt thing. It was humanoid in form, though impossibly twisted, like a macabre distortion of a human being. The limbs were too long, the joints bending at grotesque angles. The thing's face was no more than a blank canvas of blackness, though Eleanor could sense its gaze, could feel the malevolent awareness that radiated from it. She could feel its eyes, unblinking, unfeeling, focusing on her. Her breath was shallow, each gasp louder than the last, though still muted beneath the suffocating blanket of this place. She couldn't look away from the creature, and though it had no mouth, no face to speak of, Eleanor could hear it, its thoughts slipping into her mind like a slow poison. You never left, Eleanor. You never could. The words were incomprehensible, distant, but undeniable. The voice resonated in the deepest parts of her mind, in places she didn't even know existed, pulling at her memories. She tried to claw them back, to hold on to the fragments of herself she could still remember, but the memories were fading, slipping from her grasp like smoke. Her grandmother's warnings, the house should never be disturbed, the strange presence beneath the floor, felt like a dream now, a half-forgotten story told to a child who could never fully comprehend. Now, it was all so clear. This place, this thing, had always been here, hidden beneath the layers of time and memory. Why me? Eleanor whispered, her voice barely audible. The air itself seemed to choke it back. Because you belong here. You always have. You always will. The words chilled her more than the cold hand tightening around her throat. It wasn't an answer. It was a decree. She wasn't sure if the creature was speaking aloud, or if it was communicating with her thoughts, but it didn't matter. The truth settled into her bones, and the weight of it made her dizzy. She blinked rapidly, fighting to remain conscious as the shadows closed in. Her mind was swimming with images she didn't understand, flashes of a life she hadn't lived, memories of places she'd never been, of faces she couldn't recognize. And then, as the shadows pressed tighter, the figure in front of her began to shift again. The limbs stretched out impossibly far, the joints contorting, twisting at grotesque angles. It moved like a serpent, like something ancient and foul, with a hunger that made her stomach churn. The creature came closer, its blackened form bending low until it was face to face with her, and yet there was no face to meet her own. There was only the emptiness, the hollow abyss where a face should have been. Eleanor recoiled instinctively, her body pressing against the cold, hard floor beneath her, but she had nowhere to go. The air was thick with dread, suffocating in its weight. Your memories are fading, the creature whispered, its voice low and chilling. Your name, your past, all of it is slipping away. It doesn't matter. You are here now. You have always been here. Tears welled up in Eleanor's eyes. She was losing herself. Her sense of who she was, of where she came from, everything was slipping through her fingers like sand. Her grandmother's face, once so clear in her mind, had begun to blur, the lines of her features softening until they were little more than a vague, comforting shadow. And her own face, her reflection in the attic mirror, felt like the face of a stranger. The creature leaned closer, its twisted, elongated limbs folding in on themselves, and its voice filled her ears with the warmth of the darkness. Do you remember how it started? And suddenly she did. The room around her blurred, shifting as if she were falling backward in time. She was no longer lying on the cold floor of that unholy space beneath the house. No, she was somewhere else. Somewhere safer, at least, for the moment. The space around her seemed more familiar. Her grandmother's house, the house she had thought she'd left behind so many years ago. It looked different now, though. There were strange markings on the walls, symbols she didn't recognize, but they had always been there, hadn't they? You remember the attic, don't you? The creature's voice slithered into her mind again. You've always been meant to be here. The vision shifted again. Eleanor stood in the attic of her grandmother's house, staring down at the old forgotten door that had always remained locked. The door that her grandmother had forbidden her from opening. She could feel the weight of the years pressing down on her as she stepped forward, her hand reaching for the brass handle. Her grandmother's voice, stern and urgent, echoed in her mind. You must never go near it, Eleanor. It is not for you. It is not for anyone. But it was too late. She had been curious, and now that curiosity had led her here, to this place where time no longer made sense. The door had been so cold when she touched it, the handle like ice beneath her palm. She had turned it slowly, feeling the metal groan under her grip. And as she stepped inside, she had discovered what had always been hidden, the dark, cavernous space beneath the house. She had never meant to return, but now she realized she had never left. This place had always been a part of her, just as much as the house itself. Her grandmother had known. She had always known. The strange rituals, the half-forgotten warnings, the symbols that lined the house, those weren't just old superstitions. They were marks of a covenant, of an unbroken bond between the house and the things that lurked beneath it. A sudden, terrifying realization bloomed in Eleanor's mind like a poison. This was her inheritance. This thing, the darkness, the creature, was tied to her bloodline. It had been waiting for her to return, for the right time to pull her back, to claim her as it had claimed generations before her. It had watched her from the shadows, calling her, waiting for the moment when she would open that door. And now, the cycle was complete. She was one of them now. You belong to us now, Eleanor, the creature whispered, its voice a low hiss that vibrated through her skull. There is no escaping. Her heart thudded in her chest as the reality of what it was saying set in. She was part of something much older, much darker than she could have ever imagined. The house, the shadows, the whispers. They had always been here, and now she was too. The creature loomed over her, and in that moment, Eleanor could see it, clearly could see what it was, what it had always been. Not just a shadow, but something ancient, something born of the earth itself. A creature born from the roots of the house, from the very bones of the land. An entity that fed on memory and fear, that thrived in darkness and silence. It was neither man nor beast, but something that existed outside the realm of comprehension. The house was not just a place, it was a prison. And Eleanor was the key. The darkness began to close in again, the creature's presence expanding, engulfing her. The shadows whispered, louder now, and Eleanor felt herself being pulled deeper into the void, her body no longer hers to command. And then, all at once, she understood. She had always known. She had always been meant to return. Eleanor's breath quickened as the world around her continued to fracture and collapse, her mind reeling, overwhelmed by the crushing weight of truth. The thing looming before her, its impossibly long limbs twisting like tree branches, no longer seemed like a mere shadow. It had grown, evolved in the darkness, and now it stood as something ancient and immovable. She felt its presence deep in her chest, a thrumming pulse that resonated with her own, pulling at her very core. The house was alive, and it had always been alive. A terrible realization surged through her like a wave crashing against the shore. The creature, its glowing eyes watching her with an intensity that made her skin crawl, was not simply a manifestation of evil, but the very soul of the house itself. It had been waiting for her, She was not its prey, she was its vessel. The walls around her groaned, shifting as though the house itself was adjusting, breathing in rhythm with the unearthly thing before her. Eleanor's mind swam with the implications. How could this be? How could her life, her every step, have been part of some unholy design? How had she not seen it? Her entire existence had been nothing more than a slow march to this moment, to this revelation. Every loss, every tear, every lonely night had been leading her here, to the center of this web of darkness. The shadows around her seemed to deepen, thickening until the air was nearly solid with them. She could no longer see the corners of the room. All she could see was the creature towering over her, its form bending and shifting in unnatural ways, stretching farther than was possible, until its face, if you could call it that, was but a few inches from hers. It had no eyes, no mouth, no features that a human could comprehend. But the air hummed with its awareness, its hunger, its insatiable desire for her. Eleanor's mind spun, the edges of reality fraying, and yet the creature's voice threaded through it all, whispering, "You've always belonged to me. You always will. Your blood runs through this house. You are tied to it as surely as I am." Her throat tightened, a dull pain spreading through her chest as she struggled to breathe. She tried to move, to run, but her limbs were heavy, as if they no longer obeyed her will. The thing's presence was so overwhelming that even her own thoughts felt distant, muffled by its overpowering essence. The room around her seemed to bend and twist, distorting like a reflection in a pool of water. Her grandmother's house, the attic, the cold, dark space beneath it, they were all becoming one, merging together in a single nightmare. Time itself felt like it had fractured, splitting into 1,000 jagged pieces. And in the center of it all, the creature stood, its towering form growing more defined with every passing second. She could feel her consciousness slipping, her memories unraveling like threads pulled from a spool. The past, her childhood, her family, her life, was slipping away from her, drowned by the darkness. The house's ancient pulse throbbed around her, drowning out everything else, until only the creature remained. "Do you remember?" it asked, its voice a low growl that vibrated through her chest, deep into her very bones. Eleanor tried to focus, tried to push through the fog that clouded her mind. And then, with a sudden, sickening clarity, she remembered. The attic, the door, the key her grandmother had hidden from her, the warnings that were never truly understood, the half-forgotten rituals. It all rushed back, not in images, but in feelings, in whispers that echoed through the ages. Her grandmother had known. She had always known. Her family had been part of this, a bloodline entwined with the very house they had lived in. The house was not just made of wood and stone. It was made of memories, of ancient blood, of deals struck with forces older than time itself. And her grandmother, Eleanor's grandmother, had been the keeper of this knowledge. She had protected Eleanor from it for as long as she could, but in the end, it had been inevitable. She too had been drawn back to the house, back to the creature that now stood before Eleanor. "You're the last," the creature hissed, "the last of your line. You will take your place." Eleanor's chest tightened as the words sank in. She was the last of her family. And now, she would take her grandmother's place in the cycle. The last soul, the final offering to the ancient being that lived beneath the house, hidden away for centuries. The realization came like a punch to the gut. The house, the creature, the darkness. It had all been waiting for her. And now it had her. There was no escape. She tried to scream, but the air was thick, stifling, and her voice was lost, swallowed by the abyss. The creature's presence closed in on her, surrounding her, until it seemed to fill her mind, her body, her soul. And then, The whisper came again, but this time it wasn't just a whisper, it was a command. Accept it. She staggered back, as if the words themselves had physical weight, pushing her into the shadows. Her body screamed, fighting against the pull, against the suffocating pressure of the house, but her mind felt weaker now, more distant. The creature's influence seeped into her thoughts, pulling her deeper, coaxing her to surrender. She could feel the weight of centuries pressing on her, the weight of every generation that had come before her, all of them pulled into this unending cycle. The memories flooded back, her grandmother's warnings, the strange rituals, the locked door, the forbidden attic. The house had always called to her, always drawn her in. The whispers had always been there, in the back of her mind, lurking just beneath the surface of her thoughts. She had always known something was wrong, but she had never understood, until now. She was part of the house. She always had been. She was the final link in a chain that had been forged long before she was born. Her blood, her very existence, was tied to the darkness beneath it. And now, as the creature loomed over her, its cold, hollow gaze fixed on her, she knew the truth. There was no way out. The creature reached out a long, twisted limb, its fingers stretching toward her. The touch was cold, like death itself. It moved with an unsettling grace, impossibly fast, faster than her eyes could follow. Before she could react, its hand was upon her, gripping her with an icy, crushing force. She felt it deep in her bones, as if the very foundation of the house was reaching inside her, pulling her toward it, claiming her as it had claimed the others before her. "You are mine now, Eleanor," it whispered, its voice thick with satisfaction. "You will take your place with the others. You will never leave." The shadows twisted around her, swallowing her, and for a moment, Eleanor thought she might pass out. The pressure in her chest was unbearable, her breath coming in gasps. But it didn't matter. Nothing mattered anymore. She was part of this place, part of the creature, part of the house. The cycle was complete. Her vision darkened as the shadows closed in, and for the first time in what felt like ages, she felt something stir deep inside her, an ember of defiance. It was fleeting, almost like a dream, but for a moment, just a moment, she fought back. She tried to scream, tried to resist, but it was useless. The creature was stronger, its grip tightening. The house had already claimed her, and now there was no escaping. As the last sliver of light faded from her vision, Eleanor felt herself slipping away, her identity dissolving into the shadows, into the creature, into the house itself. And though she could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on her, she felt no pain, no fear. There was only the cold, only the endless dark as she became one with the house that had always owned her. The house had claimed its final piece. Eleanor's consciousness fractured, like a mirror shattering upon impact, scattering into 1,000 jagged shards. Her mind, once sharp and focused, now felt like a haze, as though the very air around her had become thick with smoke, obscuring her thoughts. The creature's cold, claw-like fingers gripped tighter, squeezing the last vestiges of resistance from her body. She could feel herself fading, slipping away into the very foundation of the house. The darkness swelled around her, curling and twisting, taking her in. The walls, the floors, the ceiling, they all pressed inward as if the house itself sought to consume her entirely, to absorb her into its insatiable core. But there was something else too, something that didn't belong in the depths of the house. A voice, faint at first, like the faintest echo bouncing off the farthest reaches of a cavern. It was soft but persistent, threading through the cracks in the fabric of the dark void. Eleanor's mind fought to latch onto it, something inside her reaching, even as the shadows closed in tighter. "Eleanor. Eleanor." The voice repeated, her name like a whispering wind through the trees, distant yet insistent. But it wasn't the creature's voice. No, this voice, This one felt different. It was softer, familiar, yet tinged with a sorrow she could almost taste. She couldn't place it at first, but something inside her stirred, something deep, buried beneath layers of time, a connection she had forgotten. "Eleanor, wake up, please." The pressure around her chest lightened, just a fraction, like a hand reluctantly loosening its grip. A flood of memories crashed into her, each one sharper and more vivid than the last, and with them, the realization hit her like a tidal wave. It was her grandmother's voice. She had not heard it in years, decades perhaps. But now it was clear, as day, sharper than the shadows. Her grandmother, the one who had always warned her of the darkness beneath the house, the one who had sheltered her from the truth. But she had been too late, hadn't she? The damage had already been done. The house had already taken root in her blood, just as it had in every generation before her. Eleanor's breath hitched, her heart racing. The room around her began to warp and twist, as though the house itself was contracting, folding in on her. The air grew colder again, but the pressure was different now. There was a new feeling creeping into the darkness, a crack, a break, a hint of something larger than the suffocating shadows. "You cannot let it claim you." Her grandmother's voice pierced through the fog again, more urgent this time, more desperate. Eleanor's fingers twitched as she felt a strange warmth seeping into her limbs, the kind that hadn't been there when she first descended into the depths of the house. It wasn't warmth in the way of fire or sunlight, but something deeper, something primal. The creature's form wavered before her, its immense presence still hovering just out of reach. But now, for the first time since entering the house, Eleanor could sense it faltering, its grip slipping. The shadows around her seemed to hesitate, as if something was pulling at them, weakening their hold. It was as though the darkness itself was afraid of the voice, of the memories that were starting to return. "You have a choice, Eleanor." The voice was so soft now that it felt like it was being whispered directly into her ear. But as the words settled in, she felt the full weight of them. A choice. She still had a choice. Despite everything that had happened, despite the creature's relentless hold, despite the suffocating dark, she still had power. Her grandmother had left her with something, a seed, a piece of knowledge that could unravel this curse. It had always been there, lying dormant within her, waiting for the right moment. Eleanor's eyes snapped open. She was no longer standing in the oppressive cavern beneath the house. She was somewhere else, somewhere familiar, yet eerily distant. The air felt warmer, and she could feel the faintest trace of sunlight spilling through the cracks in the walls. But the room was still, dark, filled with shadows. The attic, her grandmother's attic. Her heart pounded, but it wasn't from fear this time. No, this was something different, a burning determination that she hadn't felt before. The attic, the space that had always terrified her, was no longer a place of isolation or dread. It was a place of power, of knowledge that had been buried for far too long. The air seemed to hum with energy as she stood, unsteadily at first, her knees weak from the oppressive weight of the creature's presence. But as she stood there, surrounded by the forgotten relics of her family's past, she felt a surge of energy. She was no longer merely a victim. She had become something else, something that could break the cycle. The shadows began to retreat, slowly, hesitant. It was as though they too were afraid of her newfound resolve. The house groaned around her, its ancient bones creaking in protest. She could hear the familiar sounds of the house, the creak of floorboards, the soft rustling of something moving behind the walls, but they no longer held the same weight of terror. They had changed too. Now they were simply sounds, just the house being what it had always been. She stepped forward. With every step she took, the darkness seemed to recede, as if it were being drawn away by her very presence. She was no longer fighting it. She was embracing it. She was the key, yes, but she was also the lock. "You are not my prisoner," Eleanor said aloud, her voice stronger than she had ever known it. The words were not just for the creature, they were for herself, for the peace of her grandmother's spirit that still lingered within the walls of this house. The shadows writhed as though in pain, retreating further, folding back into the corners of the room, reluctant to go, but unable to resist her pull. The creature's form began to flicker like a candle flame struggling against the wind. Its eerie, shadowy face twitched, its dark eyes narrowed, but it could no longer meet her gaze. "You cannot control me anymore," she declared louder now, her voice echoing through the attic, filling every corner of the room with defiance. Terrible, high-pitched wail echoed through the room, but it wasn't the creature's. No, this was the sound of the house itself, its ancient, hollow soul crying out in protest. The walls seemed to close in, trembling with the force of its anguish. But Eleanor stood firm. She could feel it now. The house was not just a structure. It was a living thing, a creature of memory, of fear, of darkness, but it was also something else. It was fragile. It had always been fragile, and now it was finally beginning to break. "You don't belong here," she whispered, her voice soft but steady. "None of you do." The shadows around her screamed in protest, rushing toward her with desperate speed. But Eleanor's hand shot out in front of her, and with the force of her will, the shadows recoiled. It was as though the very fabric of the house had shattered, the dark tendrils withdrawing, as though they were being torn apart by an unseen force. She wasn't just the key anymore. She was the end of it, the end of the cycle, and she was going to burn it all to the ground. The house shuddered, its foundations cracking, and the creature's form crumbled, its darkness collapsing in on itself. The air grew lighter, fresher, as if the house were finally being cleansed of its ancient evil. For the first time, Eleanor could breathe. She could feel the house beginning to let go, the chains that had bound it, the chains that had bound her slowly breaking. The walls creaked and groaned as if they were waking from a long slumber, shaking off the weight of centuries of darkness. "It's over," Eleanor whispered, the final word almost lost in the stillness. But it was a declaration, a truth. The house was dying, and so was the creature. The final shadow faded into nothingness, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Eleanor was alone, and the house was quiet. Eleanor stood in the heart of the attic, her chest rising and falling with the heavy rhythm of her breath. The house had gone eerily still. The oppressive darkness, the suffocating shadows, gone, vanished as though they had never existed. Yet, there was something lingering in the air, something beneath the surface. The heavy silence pressed down on her, wrapping around her, as though the house itself was holding its breath. She felt the weight of its gaze, even though nothing was there. She could still feel the pulse of it, the house, the creature, the endless cycle, like a heartbeat too faint to hear, but still undeniably there, resonating in the very bones of the building. But Eleanor wasn't the same person she had been moments ago. She could feel it within her, the change that had taken place. Something had broken, yes. The creature had been driven away. The darkness that had claimed her so completely had receded. But there was still something unfinished, a pull, a tug, deep within her that she could not ignore. She had won. That much was undeniable. The creature had retreated, its form flickering into nothingness, its wail fading into silence. But that victory felt hollow. It felt incomplete. Eleanor glanced around the attic, her eyes falling on the scattered relics of a life long gone. Old trunks, their leather cracked and faded, sat in dusty corners. Framed photographs leaned precariously, Against the walls, their edges yellowed with time. The attic smelled of old wood, musty air, and something else. Something more unsettling. The faintest trace of earth and decay, as if the walls themselves had begun to decay, as if the house was no longer fully here. For a moment, she let herself believe it was over, that the darkness had been cast out, never to return. But as she took a slow, cautious step forward, her foot disturbed a patch of dust on the floor. Beneath it, something strange caught her eye. It was a crack, a long, narrow fissure in the wood, running from one end of the room to the other. But it wasn't just a crack. It was moving, shifting. Her heart skipped a beat. She knelt down, her fingers trembling as she brushed away the dust. The crack in the floor seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat, expanding and contracting. Like a living thing, she leaned closer, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. The crack seemed to shimmer, its edges bending and flexing in ways that defied the laws of nature. It was like the wood was breathing, a slow, deliberate movement as though it had a life of its own. Eleanor swallowed hard. This was the last place she expected to find more of the darkness. Hadn't she broken the cycle? Hadn't she cast the creature out, sealed the house's terrible heart away in the shadows? And yet, here it was again. The thing that had clawed at her for so long, now taking root beneath her feet. The house was still alive, still awake. Her hand hovered over the crack in the floor, drawn to it as if some unseen force were urging her to touch it, to reach deeper. She hesitated, uncertainty clawing at her thoughts. But before she could pull away, the ground beneath her fingers shifted again, this time with more force. The crack widened, and from the depths of the opening something stirred. A soft, rasping sound filled the attic, like the scraping of nails across a chalkboard, a slow, deliberate movement from deep within the floorboards. The sound was unmistakable. It was coming from below. Eleanor recoiled, her breath catching in her throat. The floor beneath her felt like it was undulating, as if the wood had become soft, pliable, living. Her instinct screamed for her to get up, to leave, to run. But there was nowhere to go. The house was closing in, and she knew it. Then, with an unnerving, audible crack, the wood split open wide enough to reveal a deep, gaping hole. A dark void stared back at her from below, a chasm too vast to comprehend. The air around it grew colder, and with it, a shadow began to rise. Eleanor's breath caught as a shape began to form from the darkness. It was slow at first, just a faint outline of something tall and menacing. Then, as the shadows thickened, it began to take shape. A figure, barely human in form, its limbs long and thin like the branches of a tree. Its features were indistinct at first, only the vaguest outline of a face, dark and empty, its eyes like two gaping voids, the creature from before. But it was different now. It was stronger. Eleanor's heart raced. The thing was emerging from the earth itself, from deep beneath the house, its form twisting and folding like a nightmare, made real. She could feel it pulling at her, dragging her back into its darkness. It was stronger now, more tangible, more alive. Her first instinct was to flee, to run away from this thing that had haunted her for so long. But where could she go? There was nowhere left to run. The house itself was alive. Every room, every corner, every hallway was part of it. There was no escape. The creature's limbs stretched further, impossibly long, reaching toward her with an eerie grace. The air around it shimmered, and she could feel her legs grow heavy, her movement slow, as if the very air was trying to pull her back toward the shadowy moor. She tried to move, tried to break free, but it was useless. Her feet were rooted to the ground, and then the thing spoke. Its voice was a low rumble, an echo of something ancient, something vast and terrible. "You are mine, Eleanor. You have always been mine." Her heart twisted painfully in her chest. The voice wasn't just a statement, it was a command. The words wrapped around her like chains, sinking into her skin, her bones, until she felt it, the pull. The same pull she had felt before when the house had first come alive, when the creature had first sunk its claws into her soul. But now it was different. Now she could feel it. Her blood was tied to the house. She was a part of it, just like her grandmother, just like her ancestors. The house had always been here, had always existed. It had always claimed its victims, and now she was one of them. She could feel the weight of that truth, the suffocating reality of it pressing down on her. The creature had not been defeated. It had merely been pushed back, and now it was back, stronger than ever. The thing's form twisted, elongating as it closed the distance between them. The shadows around her grew darker, more oppressive, until she couldn't see anything but the creature's gaping face, its hollow eyes staring into hers. "You cannot fight what you are." Eleanor's breath was shallow now. Her mind screamed for a way out, for some last-ditch effort to escape, to undo what had been done. But there was nothing, no way out, no way back. And then, just as the creature was about to envelop her, to pull her back into the depths, something flickered within her. A memory, a thought, a whisper that didn't belong. Her grandmother. "You have the power to end this, Eleanor, but it will cost you." The words floated through her mind like a distant echo, a lifeline in the storm. Eleanor's heart pounded in her chest. She had always had the power. She had always been the one to end this. The question was whether she was willing to pay the price. Without thinking, without truly knowing how, she reached into the depths of herself. Her fingers brushed the edges of something ancient, something forgotten. Her blood, her lineage, the power of her family that had been tied to this house for generations. The creature screamed as her hands glowed with a blinding light, her body pulsing with the energy of 1,000 years. The walls of the house shook, and the very foundation of it began to crack. The creature recoiled, its form shuddering, as the light ripped through the darkness, and then, in a final deafening explosion, the house itself began to collapse. Eleanor didn't remember the collapse. There was no time, no breath, no moment to register the destruction as it unfolded around her. It was as if time itself had fractured, splintering into millions of jagged shards. The darkness, the suffocating weight that had held her for so long, had suddenly shattered, splintered into pieces like glass. The house screamed in agony, a long, guttural cry that seemed to come from the very heart of the earth itself. She was falling. The floor beneath her crumbled, splitting open like a wound, sending her plunging into the depths of the house, deeper than she had ever gone before. The walls, once familiar, now loomed over her like towering giants. The air was thick, cold, almost suffocating as she tumbled through the wreckage, her body twisting in mid-air as gravity claimed her. The last thing she saw was the creature's face, those empty, hollow eyes, staring at her from the depths of the blackened void before she fell into complete darkness. And then, silence. When she awoke, she wasn't sure where she was. She was on the floor, lying in a cold, damp space that smelled of earth and rot. Her body ached as though she had been torn apart and pieced back together. Her head throbbed, and the world around her swam in a haze. The only sound was the distant creak of the house, settling, if that was even possible. Eleanor pushed herself up, her hands brushing against the wet stone beneath her. The air was thick with dust and something else, something rotten. She could taste it in the back of her throat. Slowly, she lifted her head and looked around. She was no longer in the attic, no longer in any room she recognized. The walls were made of stone now, ancient and weathered, as though they had been here long before the house ever was. The air was damp and cold, and the space was large, larger than any cellar or basement should be. Her surroundings were dark, but the faintest light flickered from somewhere deep within, casting strange, shifting shadows on the walls. The house was still alive. The realization hit her with a crushing weight. She was no longer above ground, no longer in the house as she had known it. She was somewhere beneath. The roots of the house, the very foundation, had opened up beneath her, and she had been swallowed whole. The cycle hadn't been broken. It had only taken on a new form. The house was not just a structure. It was a place of transition, a threshold. Between worlds, a voice echoed through the space. Low, raspy, familiar. You cannot escape. Eleanor's heart leapt in her chest. Her grandmother's voice, but it wasn't quite the same. It sounded distant, distorted by time and distance. The words were heavy, laden with sorrow, yet they were filled with a grim understanding. This was no longer a fight for survival. This was the house claiming what it was owed, the price of the curse. She staggered to her feet, bracing herself against the cold stone wall. Her fingers trembled as they brushed over the surface. The stones were slick, wet with moisture, but as her touch lingered, she felt something more. A pulse, a heartbeat. The house had roots here, roots beneath the surface. This was not just a house. It was something older, something that had been built on top of something far darker, far older, something that had fed on the blood of generations. The floor beneath her feet shifted, as though it too was breathing. She reached for the darkened passage ahead, the only source of light now. Flickering and waning in the distance, the shadows seemed to pulse with life, and the closer she got to them, the thicker the air became. She could feel the weight of eyes on her, though there was nothing visible to be seen. The house was watching. It had always been watching. The floor beneath her creaked as she took a step, the wood groaning with the weight of years. The walls closed in tighter. As she moved, she heard something else, a faint whisper, like the rustling of wind through dead leaves. The whisper grew louder as she walked, coiling around her like a snake, pulling her toward the light. You cannot fight it, Eleanor. It was the creature. Its voice was faint, carried by the air like a distant storm. It was speaking through the walls now, through the house itself. The pulse beneath her feet quickened, a terrible rhythmic beat that made her stomach lurch. Every step she took seemed to draw her deeper, pulling her further into its embrace. She stumbled into a small, circular room at the center of the space. The light flickered brightly now, illuminating the vast expanse around her. There, standing in the center of the room, was the source of the light, a strange, hollow pillar. It was made of stone, ancient and carved with strange runes and symbols. The pillar was covered in cracks, and from within it there pulsed a faint, sickly glow. Eleanor approached it cautiously, drawn to it as if something inside of her recognized it. This wasn't just any pillar, it was the heart of the house, the source of its power. She could feel it now, the ancient pulse that had been buried beneath the house for centuries. It wasn't the creature that had been feeding on her. No, it was the house itself. The house was the monster. The walls trembled as though the house itself was shuddering in pain. The creature's voice grew louder, more insistent. You are nothing but a vessel, Eleanor. She reached out toward the pillar, her fingers grazing the cold stone. She could feel the pulse underneath her fingertips, like a steady thrum, almost hypnotic. The light within the pillar flickered and dimmed as though it were feeding on her touch. It was as though the house itself was drawing energy from her, feeding off her presence, her blood. You have always been mine. You will always be mine. The air around her crackled, a strange tension building as the walls seemed to push inward, closing in around her. She could hear the walls groan, the stone grinding against stone, as though the house were collapsing in on itself. But she was no longer afraid. She had come to understand this place, this creature, this entity that had so long haunted her. She understood its true nature now. The house wasn't simply a prison. It wasn't just a thing of fear. It was a parasite, a living, breathing thing that consumed those who lived within it, feeding on their blood, their memories, their very souls. And now it was feeding on her. She pulled her hand away from the pillar, a sudden violent shudder running through her. She could feel the power coursing through her, surging through her veins. This wasn't just some ancient curse. No, this was a battle for control. The house had fed on her family for generations. It had consumed them, twisted them, until they had become nothing more than shadows, their spirits bound to the very walls. And now Eleanor was its last prey, the last bloodline. But she was different. She wasn't like the others. She hadn't given in to the house's will. Not entirely. Eleanor closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She felt the pulse of the house beneath her feet, and she realized something that filled her with both horror and determination. She wasn't just the victim. She was the key. The house could only feed on what was given to it. It was only as strong as the bloodline it had consumed. And Eleanor was the last, the one who could finally break the cycle. She had come so far to reach this point. She would not be consumed. Opening her eyes, Eleanor stepped forward toward the pillar. The light within it flickered once more, dimming and then brightening, responding to her every movement. The walls trembled in fear as she raised her hands, pressing them against the cold stone, and whispered the words her grandmother had once spoken to her long ago. "It ends with me." The pulse beneath her feet exploded outward in a shockwave, a violent burst of energy that sent the stone walls shaking. The pillar groaned, its ancient structure cracking as the power inside it began to unravel. And then, like a floodgate opening, the house began to collapse, its ancient heart crumbling to dust, its power fading into nothingness. The creature screamed, its voice high and shrill, as its form crumbled into shadows, disintegrating into the air. The darkness receded, the stone walls cracking and splintering. The pulse that had filled the house faltered, then died, leaving only the sound of distant wind and crumbling stone. Eleanor stood alone in the wreckage. The air was still, silent. The house was gone. The cycle was broken. Eleanor stood in the ruins, her body trembling with exhaustion, her heart heavy with the weight of what had just happened. The air around her was thick, as though it had been soaked in sorrow for too long. The house that had held her for so many years, that had twisted her family, broken their spirits, was gone. Or at least that was what she had hoped. The ground beneath her was still shifting. The stones groaned, their cracked surfaces releasing a steady stream of dust into the stagnant air. It was a sound that seemed to go on forever, echoing through the vast emptiness. The pillars of the house, the foundation that had once held it all together, now lay in ruin. Where the oppressive presence of the house had once loomed, now there was only silence. But that silence was not comforting. It was the silence of something that had been removed, not healed, not finished, but erased. Eleanor's skin tingled with the absence of the house's pulse. It was no longer the thrum of the creature's heartbeat she felt underfoot, but a cold, empty void that seemed to swallow the very light around her. It was a silence that gnawed at the edges of her sanity, a silence so profound that it began to feel like a presence in itself. The air was still thick with dust, the remnants of the great battle she had fought. She could smell it, earth, rot, and something ancient, something that reeked of forgotten time, of memories long buried beneath layers of stone and ash. She wasn't sure how long she had been here, how long the house had been crumbling beneath her, but she could feel the weight of it all pressed down on her chest, constricting her breath. But the worst part wasn't the ruin of the house. The worst part wasn't even the echo of the creature's last anguished scream as it disappeared into the ether. The worst part was the quiet after, the endless, suffocating quiet that followed. The knowledge that no matter how far she ran, no matter how deep she buried it, the house would always be with her. The creature's presence would linger in the very marrow of her bones, in the blood that coursed through her veins. She had broken the cycle, but at what cost? As Eleanor took another step forward, her foot sank into the soft earth, the dust rising around her like the remnants of a dream fading away. She looked down at her hands, at the pale skin now smeared with dirt and the stains of what she had fought against. Her fingers trembled as she clenched them into fists. The warmth of the sun seemed distant, as though it had lost its power to reach her in this place. The land around her felt barren, empty, as though it had been drained of life. She had broken the house, but what of the land? What of the world that had been shaped by its curse? Was it truly gone, or had she simply freed it to spread its poison somewhere else, to claim another victim, another generation to replace the one she had destroyed? You cannot escape. The voice had come from nowhere, a whisper that brushed against her ear like a cold breath, like the wind that whispered through the ruins. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. For a moment, her mind refused to process the words. She had defeated it. She had cast it out. It was over. The creature was gone. The house was nothing but broken stone and ash. There was no more them, no more force pressing down on her, no more darkness following her every step. But deep in her gut, she knew the voice was real. The voice was not a memory. She slowly turned around, her gaze flickering over the ruins, the debris of what had once been the foundation of a home. But there was something wrong with it now, something unsettling. The stones seemed to shift, as if they were moving of their own accord, and for a moment she thought she saw shadows slithering beneath the debris. Her pulse quickened. She wasn't alone. The voice came again, this time louder, clearer. You cannot escape. Eleanor's breath quickened, and she stumbled backward, her heart racing in her chest. This wasn't possible. The house was gone. The creature was gone. She had ended it. She had, "You are mine, Eleanor, always." The words came like a crack in her mind, breaking through the veneer of her reality, the fragile shell she had tried to build. The air around her grew thick, suffocating, as though the very earth was pressing against her. The ground beneath her feet trembled again, the stones shifting as though they had a life of their own. And then, like an invisible hand, a pulse shot through her body, freezing her in place. No, it can't be. It can't be. Eleanor's mind raced, but her body refused to respond. She tried to move, tried to fight, but the darkness was everywhere, now wrapping around her, closing in from all sides. It wasn't just the house. It wasn't just the creature. It was something else, something older, something she had never understood. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground with a heavy thud, gasping for air as the shadows rose around her. She could see them now, creeping out from the broken stones, tendrils of dark smoke swirling through the air. Shapes flickered at the edge of her vision, shadowy figures twisting and writhing as though they had been waiting for her all along. She tried to scream, but the sound caught in her throat. The shadows reached for her, pulling her closer, their fingers like cold, gnarled branches. The ground shook violently, sending cracks through the earth, and for a brief moment, the world seemed to collapse in on itself, pulling her into a deep, black void. "You are mine." The voice was everywhere now, surrounding her, suffocating her, pulling her deeper into the shadows. The earth beneath her shifted again, and she found herself tumbling into a narrow, winding tunnel. It was like falling through time, through space, as though the very fabric of reality was breaking apart around her. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the descent stopped. Eleanor lay on the cold, damp ground, her eyes closed tightly against the darkness. The air smelled of earth, of rot, of something dead. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in the ruins of the house, no longer in the vast, endless void. She was somewhere else, somewhere deep, deep below the earth. Low, guttural sound filled the air like the growl of a beast waking from slumber. The walls around her were covered in a slick black moss, and the floor was wet, slick with something foul and crawling. The shadows were everywhere, moving as though they were alive. And in the distance, just beyond the reach of her vision, she saw it. The faint outline of a figure, tall and impossibly thin, its limbs stretched far beyond human proportions. Its hollow eyes glimmered in the dim light, and its shape twisted and writhed like a thing made of shadows. The creature. But it wasn't just the creature anymore. It was something more. Something ancient. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, she thought she could hear her grandmother's voice in her mind once again. The house was never the true prison. It was the bloodline, the curse. Her heart pounded in her chest as the creature approached, its long fingers brushing the ground like tendrils reaching for her. She tried to move, to escape, but it was no use. Her body refused to obey, her limbs heavy and cold. "You cannot fight what you are." The creature's voice came, not from its mouth, but from everywhere. It was the voice of the house, the voice of the curse. Eleanor's heart sank. It wasn't over. It had never been over. The creature was just one part of it. The house had been the physical form of the curse, but the curse itself was older, far older, and it had always been inside of her, her bloodline, her family. She was the curse. "You belong to me, Eleanor." The shadows closed in around her, and for the first time, Eleanor understood. There was no breaking the cycle. There was only being consumed by it. The silence, the darkness, the shadows. This was her legacy.